And welcome back, everyone. Welcome back to another week, another edition here of the Sparkling Tuna Cup, the STC number 126, your weekly dose of Open StarCraft, of Tuna Cup action, pappy. Let's go, let's go. We're here with the STC. I'm, of course, your side VIP. With you, I'm joined by these amazing players and by the lovely people in the chat as well. Welcome, welcome. One little exclamation mark B in the chat. If you guys want to have a look at the bracket yourselves, the bracket is live, the bracket is stacked, and we have our initial round of 32 match. Let's go, pappy. Let us go. As spawning in the top left-hand corner of Title Citadel, as we quickly... there we go. We have our red Protoss player, our red Protoss himself, representing Team HyperOne. It is Rake. And spawning in the right hand corner, we have the pink Zerg player representing 3D Clan. It is Ailsop. And if you're in the chat, you know what time it is. It is Gamba time. Predictions are open. Place your bets on who you think will claim the series. Best of luck in the chat as we delve into our initial PVZ. Again, the bracket is looking quite stacked here, surprisingly so. Usually it's stacked over the weekends, but here we are live on a Tuesday, and we have some amazing participation in regards to the Korean and European scene. We'll of course get into the rest of the bracket momentarily. For the time being, though, we do have our initial matchup. We have our initial PVZ. Let's go. Let us go. As we have our initial matchup, we have our PVZ. Likewise, I do apologize if I do slur my words a little bit. I am very fatigued. I was able to nap, thankfully. I was able to sleep for like 3-ish hours, 2 to 3 hours, 2.5. I was like a 2.5 hour nap. In between broadcasts, we were live earlier this morning with, of course, the TLMC 22 first judging stream covering half of the maps. And we should be having another judging stream on Friday as well. Later on tonight, after this broadcast, I'll be finalizing those scores and finalizing my thoughts and giving feedback on the first half of maps. So I will be doing so again. That'll be later on tonight. If you missed out on the TLMC judging stream, check out the VOD. Do check out the VOD, as it was a lot of maps, and I do feel like towards the end, you know, I was just we had a little bit less to say just because we had gone through so many at once. No. But regardless, I do recommend it. Hope it's able to give a little bit insight as to when it comes to our thought process, of course, when it comes to approaching different maps, what we look for, what we don't look for, things of that nature. Otherwise, we're getting into our PVZ so far. Hatch gas pool, standard opener out of our Zerg player. Likewise, Rake going for his own gate expand or gate cyber expand. Everything's looking as it should be so far. Nothing crazy, nothing wild. Welcome to Title Citadel. Title Citadel is one of the larger maps on the map, larger map, longer rushes by ground. Of course, as a result of that, we do often see a lot of mid-game here, but there are some other kind of tendencies that we do see on Title Citadel. Because the bases are so spread out, it can be difficult to keep up in the mid to late game when it comes to aggressive rotations and army movement. That is true. Can be difficult. So we'll see how players will approach this. Let's go, let's go. It's catching up in the chat. Working is higher than an SCV. On an outer belt asteroid mining operation. Smooch. It's a busy week, pappy. It's a busy week. With the TLMC, with Pegasus Cup, with Kung Fu Cup. I'm on the fence about Pegasus Cup tomorrow. I might just go live a little bit later with Pegasus Cup. That might just be the plan. To maybe get some extra sleep or to get some extra work in, because I need to find time to go through the maps themselves. But We'll figure it out, pappy. We'll figure it out. We'll make it. We'll make it. Duh. Otherwise, oh my god. As we do have a Stargate opener out of Rake going into a Void Ray first into a Fast Forge. Wait, what? Now, typically with a Fast Forge after a Stargate Void Ray opener, this leads into Sky Toss. The links that do poke in. So far, we do re-wall behind this, thankfully in time, and Rake, he does not get out with the Adept. Adept really does go down. Oh no, the Lings! Yeah, Lings, they do flood in, they get us around here on the Adept. There's no battery. They do, of course, get the initial Forge, and they confirm the Void Ray behind this as well. As I mentioned, Void Ray into Forge typically leads into Sky Toss, and there it is. Fleet Beacon is revealed. Second Stargate is revealed. Ailsop sees everything. Ailsop, he sees all, he knows all, he confirms the Sky Toss coming his way. At this point, Rake has to commit. There's no shall we cancel and throw down a bunch of different tech structures. At this point, I feel like we're committed, and there it is, +1 air attack. So +1 air attack on the way. Reiki does double down. ISOP at least knows what's going on. And behind this, ISOP has a couple of choices to make. He could go into a lair, into all these gases, into a Spire, into Corruptor Queen, or he can go into early Hydras and try to go for a Hydra timing attack instead with Ling Hydra and go for an all-in and break the third expansion. Both options are possible, both are viable. When it comes to these Hydra timings and Hydra all-ins, they are of course more risky because if you miss that window, if you miss your timing, then you will fall behind. So what's it gonna be? Oh my goodness, we're going for a Mothership rush. Jesus. Mothership is on the way. Is gonna be Spire Queen, Corruptor Queen. So a much more secure kind of variation here of anti-Skytoss army. Carriers are amassing, not Tempest, so we're going for a carrier rush. Let's go. With Mothership support. You're saying light as a mule. In more ways than one. The name of the mule, it all makes sense now, Papi. It all makes sense. True, true. Ah, no. As Rake does move out to apply pressure, and is going to force a cancel. The Queens, they will respond. They react, they respond. So if I'm able to turn away. And behind this, we're building up into 4 Stargates. So 4 Stargates, mass carrier production. Corruptors, they will handle themselves well against all these carriers. Is true. As for the time being, ISOP is just droning, saturating, throwing down safety spore crawlers, +1 flyer carapace is on the way. 11 Corruptors in production as well. Mothership is moving in. Jesus, how many units are we recalling? It's not that much. Okay, we recall 2 carriers across the map, but the Corruptors, they're out in time. Now there is a base recall available, true. There's that base recall. Queens all come together, Corruptors as well, plenty of anti-air. Corruptors, they move in, there's that base recall, and the Mothership will get away. It does get away. Now it's time to give chase. It's time to move out. Upon the revelation of all these Corruptors, we have mass Void Ray in production. But we should be able to hit first before that wave of Void Rays arrive. With the hunting for the Mothership, hunting for the carriers. Otherwise, we kind of caustic spray down the buildings. Speaking of, let's go. Going for the Flea Beacon. I feel like we could have spread that a little bit here over like 2 or 3 buildings. Flea Beacon does go down, but Void Rays are still amassing. And due to the fact we failed here to catch out the carriers or catch out the Mothership, the game will continue. The game will continue here. ISOP now has a drone up, has a saturate to build up into a maxed out army. Ideally, you don't just have pure Corruptor, you do have spellcasters to help support, so Infestors or Vipers. Ideally against Void Rays, you do go Viper, as Void Rays are prone to stacking. I mean, ideally Parasitic Bomb plus Fungals can work well. But at this point, ISOP no longer has dive potential. The Void Ray count is a little bit too high. How many so far? 8. Oof. Yeah, 8 Void Rays. Infestors are on the way. Hive is now being researched. Working on that Hive. 2 beacons. Yes, that was a mistake. There was he already threw down a beacon behind the mineral line to get Flux Veins. Got a second beacon here. That was a mistake. It's fine though, like he can afford it. Like he what I will say though is the 4th base is delayed. At this point, there's nothing stopping Rake from expanding, getting a 4th. There's nothing stopping him. Instead of getting a 4th base, he's throwing down more cannons, shield batteries, more pylons. He's delaying his own economy. You see ISOP getting ready with his Spore Forest. Jesus. We're gonna be here for a while. We're gonna Ay, ay, ay. Let's go. So I'm just opening my VPN for when I need it. Setting up. We have 5 more infestors. I believe 0 vipers yet. Yeah, no vipers. Going into neural. It's going to be an alternate option. So the neural targets should be the mothership, the carriers mainly. I guess we could try to neural. We could fungal then try to neural a bunch of void rays, I guess. Armies maxing out. Again, what's really hurting Rake more than anything is lack of 4th base. This could have been taken much sooner. Much sooner. So very delayed 4th expansion. Which means the bank, it's not really massing up. It's going to be mass void ray. Jesus. But thankfully there are going to be 2 vipers. So again, fungals, parasitic bombs, like that's going to be the name of the game. You lock down the army. As I mentioned before, void rays are very prone to stacking. As void rays start to move out. And they will soon reveal themselves. As they move in. They move in, they do catch 1, 2 spores, the army will react. We do see Asop is out of position, so this base will go down. That was a hive, by the way. Oh boy. No. No more vipers. Yeah, massive snipe. There is always the base recall, snipes Aspire as well, very high value, very high value targets. Does get the dive, lands a power bomb, has to respect the void rays. Pulls away. Oh no, he does fight head on, and the Corruptor's A just melts. Yeah, Corruptor's A melts here to the void rays. Every Corruptor should be going down. The Neurals though. Okay, the mass Neural. Let's go. The Neurals surround. Again, Corruptors was struggling, and I wasn't sure if we could mass Neural all the void rays, but apparently we can. Just Neurals all the void rays, and with that, Reiki will lose his entire army. The power of Neural. I had no faith, Pappy, but true. Hey, a Skytos army without any spellcasters, it's kind of one and done. Remember, Reiki chose not to supplement the army with any High Templar, with storms, with feedbacks, just pure Void Ray. And if it was against pure Corruptor, like this was like a mono battle, then it would have worked, right? It would have worked well. But one army had spellcasters, the other did not. Aslop is moving out, this time with Ultras. Interesting. Do we have a Spire? No, okay. Yeah, okay. There was no Greater Spire anyway. So no Greater Spire, no regular Spire. We have Corruptors reinforcing. Then we go back. Our Spire now is going to be thrown down. Now does realize that there is no way to make it more Corruptors, which is a little bit concerning. Aslop is moving in. Knocking down the forward expansion. Void Rays that will go to town, but that's what the Infestors are for. The Neurals. Takes over the Voids back. As we can now rotate over, knock down more bases, base after base. There's no real way for Rake to really deal with this anymore. At this point, has no bank, has no resources. Can't get into like Tempest, for example, never teched into High Templar. And now we commit. We send it. Meanwhile, big shout out to Luis GGG. Happy God. Thanks so much. Thanks so much for the raid. Hope you had a great stream. Hope you had a great live session as we mass Neural all the Voiders once again. The mass Neural. He got him. GG gets called. GG gets called, and also takes game number 1. Whew. GG. GG will play it. I've seen the chat. What league is this cup for? It's open to all players. That's why we have some very high caliber players in the tournament itself. Players like Classic, players like herO. We got the best Protoss players in the world. But first things first, of course, GG will play it. also does take a lead in the series, and we'll see if that lead will continue. We'll see if Ray can bounce back. Winding it back when it comes to Ray's setup here, I'm not opposed to the idea of responding to Corruptors with Massive Void Ray, but there were a couple of issues that came into play here. One, Massive Void Ray doesn't scale too well into a longer game, so if you want to make use of this kind of armor, you do have to hit earlier. We saw that he was opposed to establishing a 4th base, a very late 4th expansion, very late kind of setup to get into a longer game state. The Massive Void Ray did fall out of favor, did kind of fall off when it came to being scaled due to the incorporation of our Infestors. Infestor plus Viper, but mainly the Infestor, as you saw. Typically, in a longer, later game, you would have, say, a Temple Archives, so Twilight Council into Temple Archives in a high Templar to support the army, not just with feedbacks against the Infestors, but also Storms. Storms do a great job at just zoning away Corruptors to really complete your army. Here, Reiki went for something more aggressive, or I should say just something that's ideally meant to end the game a little bit earlier, but alas, we did actually wait quite some time before moving out. That was on Ray, because we did bank up all those Warriors back at home, and we'll see how he does adjust coming into game number 2. This morning in the bottom left-hand corner of Tourmaline, we do have our red Protoss player down in the series. We'll see if he can bounce back. It is Ray. Un momento. Fix up his name. And spawning in the top right-hand corner, we have the pink Zerg player. We have the pink Zerg himself representing 3D Clan. It is Ailsa. I also want to give credit where credit is due. If you recall, a lot of what came down last game came down to the scouting. If you recall, the Ling run by, the Ling harass actually broke through the natural base, broke into the main, and scattered everything. Saw the initial forge, saw all the stargates, saw the fleet beacon, and Alsop was able to react and respond very early on with mass droning with the faster layer, and of course with all the gases into a faster spire as well. So Alsop had a lot of time to react, a lot of time to respond, a lot of time to actually react or to build up towards the anti-sky army. A lot of time, baby. Here we go. Here we go. First, we have once again Hatch Gas Pool, standard opener out of Alsop. Likewise, Rake setting up back at home, and welcome to Tourmaline. Tourmaline is a much smaller map. Smaller map, shorter rush distance by ground. Aggression is favored here on a map like Tourmaline, and we'll see how aggressive our players plan on being. We'll see how our players will approach. Oh, as we do go for a forge. Okay. Go for the cannon rush. Cannon rush behind the mineral line. Iosop is not aware. Oh. No. He doesn't know about it. He doesn't know about it. He doesn't know. There we go. The cannons are being thrown down. Iosop is in the dark. The Overlord should be covering his expansion, but the Overlord is out of position. That's on Iosop. Now he knows. Now he sees. It's too late. Yeah, the cannons are already getting up. There's a cancellation. Alsop cannot defend, and likewise, you do see Rake cancelling as well. Now remember, this is not an all-in. This is not a committed cannon rush. It was a Forge Expand. It is a faster Nexus. This is what a quote-unquote cannon rush is. So right now, Rake is ahead. He got all he wanted. Rake, he threw down 1 pylon, 1 cannon, and with that, he was able to force a cancel and contain Alsop on a 1 base economy, while he's already getting his second natural up and running. His second base up and running. So Rake does take an economic lead, does confirm the location of the expansion. From here, it's not really worth throwing down extra pylons and cannons just because your opponent already has Ling production. Meanwhile, it is going to be a 1 base all-in. 1 base all-in, Bailey Nest, and a macro hatchery as well. The probe goes in for a rescout, and the probe will confirm. Will he confirm? Oh, the Lings! They zone away. Big denial here. The probe is going to be forced out of the main, and the all-in has not been seen. Back at home with the Stargates, this should lead into Oracles. Could go into Void Ray again, but regardless, I would say that Iosop is on the timer. Lings here, this isn't really any kind of major tell to be scouted. Rake should be looking for drones, should be looking for saturation. This probe may confirm the all-in. Plus one air attack is on the way. Here we go. Link speed kicks in. Does spot 4 links here, plus the extra links that we saw earlier. I mean, there's no reaction. I mean, that's not much of a tell, really. And here comes the... Oh, we pull the boys! The boys are being pulled. Banelings do more fin. It's all or nothing. Banelings are revealed. And he's going for the wall. The wall is open? Okay, no. Does try to break down the initial cyber core. It does go for the cyber core. Cyber goes down to half HP. Nice drone drilling here on the forge. I mean, did hit bare buildings. The forge is going to go down. Better surface area. Breaks through. Does break through into the main. Avoids the cannons. Busts into the main base. Void Ray has arrived. And how many workers can we kill? Remember, we can pull back to the cannon. Up. As Bailing does zone away. Can we connect? No, the Bailing is targeted down, but the links are popping up. And links are doing damage. Behind this, there is no cannon, but there is a cannon. There is that shield battery as well. I feel like we just have to pull back to the side defense as we just try to find. Oh my god. Yeah, the probes are going down. GG gets called though as the all-in fails and Rake ties up the series 1-1. GG. Those are Void Ray, cannon, shield battery. GG, well played. With that, Rake does hold, Rake does defend, and we're going to the ace match. GG. GG, well played. Again, it was a really well positioned there for ILSUP. I will say that for the most part, like there was no confirmation of the all-in that was coming his way, but we saw that the railings were revealed, and we saw that that Rake was able to re-wall behind his initial pylon as well. It just took a little bit too long to break into the expansion. Even if he did, though, there was already stacked defense as well. GG. GG, well played. We're getting into game number 3, and we'll see how the story ends. We shall see. Simulation successful. Exactly. Here we go. As we are getting ready for the ace match, it's going to be on White Rabbit. Oh, my apologies. I should also fix up the initial logo. There we go. Okay, it's going to be fixed up. As we head into the ace match. Once the series wraps up, we'll be able to delve into the rest of the bracket, and we can see kind of where this is leading us. For the time being, though, here we go. Spawning in the bottom-hand corner of White Rabbits, we have the red Protoss player. We have the Hyper 1 Protoss. Tying things up. Cannon rushing in the first game. Oh, sorry, the second game. It is Rake. And spawning in the right-hand corner, we have the pink Zerg player representing 3D Clan. It is ILSUP. Here we go. As again, last game we had Rake go for a macro cannon rush, go into the earlier Nexus, into the Forge, into the successful cannon rush across the map, but likewise ILSUP did not park his Overlord over his natural. That was on ILSUP to not be able to react in time. As a result, he was forced to cancel and forced into a 1-base all-in. But again, alas, the 1-base all-in did struggle to really get much damage done. There was a Void Ray, cannon, shield batteries, plenty to defend, and in the end, Rake did hold. And with that, we're going for an early pull. Okay, for the first time this series, a much more aggressive opener here from the Zerg. Much earlier spawning pool into a later expansion. Once again, a Nexus into Forge. Yeah. Same opener. Macro cannon rush, but because of the earlier spawning pool, because of the earlier link production, and what should be a better overloading position, there we go, the overlord does spot the probe. With that, no cannon rush should be successful here. The initial scouting probe also confirms the early pool. Who knows? Rake is aware of the early spawning pool. Back at it, we should be seeing a defensive cannon. There it is. And the game will continue. Ideally, the early pull allows ISUB to gain some map control and to threaten the pylon early on, but with the early cannon, Rake should be fine. As from here, we're joining, we're saturating at late gases here from our Zerg player, bear that in mind. Because the gas is so late, we often do lead into skipping link speed, and when the gases are finally taken, just going to roaches instead, into lair tech. So ISUB does attempt to break in. That's true. 3 damage. Oh no! No, no! There we go. Yeah, 3 damage here on the forge. No. Hey, the cannon's gaining value. 2 Zergling kills. Cybercrow's almost done. That will allow for a Stalker. Stargate's on the way. From here, ISUB is still joining. Still saturating. I can see this leading into Skytoss, by the way. Stargates, we have the wall off on here on 2 bases with the Forge. It feels like Void Rain to Fleet Peeking again. Feels to be the case. Again, as we mentioned before, because the gases are so late, typically you want to be skipping link speed and going straight into a lair. +1 fire attack is on the way. This confirms it's going to be Skytoss, but of course, ISUB is unaware. Not yet. He's in the dark. He's not yet aware. So lair has begun. That's a 4-minute lair. Lord picks in. And this time we are going for an earlier Twilight Council. Okay. This could be Void Ray into charge. A +1 attack is on the way as well. It must be charge. Overlord goes down. Overlord didn't end up getting eyes on the Twilight Council. Big Sal. Oh, he cancels. Never mind. He cancels the Twilight Council, throws out more Stargates to Fleet Beacon, and meanwhile his opponent has been duped. Roach Warren's on the way. Link speed is on the way. 2 things that do not help in this position. They're great against what should be charge on this on the way, but there are no charge loss, not anymore. Once again, canceled +1, restarted just to make it look like he's getting an upgrade. It's all about that Skytoss. It's all about the carriers. Ooh, and it's going to be roaches into hydras. Okay, so this army does not scale anywhere near as well into a longer and later game. I will say that mass hydra does have a window in time where you can kill, but you're all in, right? Like you have to hit a very strong timing here with roach hydra to try to kill your opponents as they get into Skytoss. It's not going to be easy. It's not easy, Pat. Let's rake a supply block. Not like this. Carrier production has been delayed. A brutal supply block. Roaches are amassing. Currently, ISUB has yet to really confirm what's going on. Lings, they confirm the 3rd. ISUB cutting workers at 3 base saturation. He can get a 4th base just for larva and just fixate purely on Roach Hydra. He is still amassing. Cannons are on the way, shield batteries on the way, the first wave of carriers are about to pop. Here he comes. ISUB is pushing. And there's going to be, again, 2 carriers in the mothership. All in has not been spotted.
Mineral field depleted.
Now he knows. Now he's aware. Mothership is revealed. Oh, that is giving Iosub some second thoughts. 11 Hydras are on the way. So right now, more cannons, more batteries. Cannon rate called on. It's going to be 18 Hydras. The carrier count shouldn't be high enough. Like Iosub, this should be enough to break this position. Oh, as we do have a bit of a pause. Hopefully everything's okay. When it comes to this kind of game state, remember, Iosub is all in. Iosub, he has no fourth. He has no fourth expansion. He's completely all in. Either this kills or he dies trying. Roach speed is still on the way. Unfortunately, he did spend a bunch of resources on burrow and tunneling claws, which wasn't really worth it. Right now, the roaches, you could argue, oh, he can like go for some harass or something like that, but there are cannons and shield batteries everywhere anyway. Like this, he cannot sneak past the army. So I would say that was a waste of resources, and that did slow him down because we could have already had roach speed by now. If that's what's stopping him. So very, very tense situation here. When it comes to the main army of the Protoss, we have 2 carriers currently, and the other 2, the next wave, are still on the way. Still on the way.
Game resumed.
So we are back. Army does commit. Takes on the first 2 cannons. There's Cloak. Okay, Cloak is activated. Cannons H5. Cannons do survive. Nice Roach Hydra. Ooh. Gonna be zoned away. Here gonna be zoned back. They're going to be holding their own. Cannons are going to be going down, and without that ground support here, Hydras, they can overwhelm. He can do it. Again, there's not that many interceptors. Not that many. And he's done it. He has broken through. Again, it was only 3 carriers here. Not enough. You could make an argument that the supply block earlier, I mean, if it wasn't for that, there would have been a faster 2 set of carriers, for sure. Oof. Catching the carrier, getting 1. And he's done it. At this point, the Hydras, they've overwhelmed the 3rd base, broken the 3rd. And Ray cannot max out. Not with 2 bases. Not like this. Not like this, man. I appreciate that Iosub is now throwing down the Spire, just in case. Double Spire, double upgrades. Once in, you just stand and fight. Yeah, you just stand and fight the interceptors. Nice stutter stepping. Punishing the army. The one thing in his mind should be to just make sure there's no like ninja expansions, there's no alternate 3rd base. As we just back off, build up. Now it's time to expand, now it's time to join. And Rake should not recover from here. If he had some splash damage, then maybe. He's pushing out. He's built up to 7 carriers, soon to be 9. With 9 carriers full of interceptors, he might have enough. We're bleeding out Hydras. Uh-oh. Yeah, these Hydras are getting caught out. He's going to be sandwiched here. Cannons, they also add some DPS. Cannons, they help out, and every single Hydra here is going to go down. Ay, ay, ay. Yeah, he should not have been out here. This is an expensive army. Okay. Bunch of Hydras do fall. Carter production has begun. Likewise, Void Rays are on the way as well. Now, remember, there's still no expansion, right? Like, Rake still has no economy, so it's all or nothing. The army's pushing. Remember, it is 8 carriers. Void Rays are still on the way. They won't be a part of the main fight. Not the initial fight, I should say. As we now have 15 Corruptors. Clerk will factor in. Mineral line goes down. Oh, as he's going for another expansion. Oh, does get a Corruptor. Gets 1. There's a slow zone. Nice slow zone. Nice Cloak. Crouch is going to be zoned away. Another expansion falls, and no shot. Rake is doing it. Rake is doing it. I mean, losing all those Hydras earlier was brutal. Imagine those Crouches with Hydra support, with real Hydra support. He could have taken a fight, but no, everything is going down. I'm getting ladder flashbacks. I mean, but you kill the. I mean, to be fair, if it was me, I wouldn't even have these Crouches. I'd be stuck on Hydras. I'd die even faster. True. But here we go. One carrier goes down. Just the one. Was it a Void Ray? That was a carrier. And this Gadget's army is overwhelming. Yeah, it does overwhelm. Breaks through the Queens of the Spore Forest. Now pushing into the natural. Crouches try to come in from behind. But there's the cloak once again. Oh no. Mothership does fall. He commits. He commits in. Gets one. Gets two. There's 4 carriers left. It's not enough. Yeah, there's not enough here. GG gets called, and Reiki will overwhelm. He'll claim the series 2-1, advancing on to the next round. GG. GG, well played. Reiki will claim the series. I also played it out quite well, to be honest. I also hope he was able to commit to his Hydra all-in. I was concerned he was taking too long, but no, he was able to break the 3rd expansion, break the economy, and force the all-in out of Rake. He even went double spire behind it. He droned up. Unfortunately, though, if you recall, we were judging his army movements, and he threw away all those Hydras. Not saying that those Hydras would have won a head-on fight, but the Hydras would have played a big part when it came to supporting all those corruptors to actually be able to make a stand against the initial carrier push from Rake. So to throw all those Hydras away was brutal. It was absolutely brutal. That was what, like 20 Hydras getting caught out in the map, getting caught out in the open, and with that everything just snowballed out of control. There was not enough support. Corruptors on their own could not hold their own, and GG, well played. Rake will claim the series. He'll advance on into the next round. Let's go. Let us go. Exclamation mark. Be in the chat if you guys want to have a look at the back yourselves. Let us switch our scenes over and catch up on the brackets. Let's go. Okay, there's a lot to get into here. So from the top we have herO. herO, he is now up against Ateshi in the round 16. When he goes up against Art, his Art has been making his way through. Art, he took down Perubi, took down Cosset, and Art is waiting in the quarterfinals. Scrolling down a little bit further here, we have Zoun. Zoun is up against Zagrash in the initial round of 16. Ryung is waiting for the winner of Minizerg and Serendipitous. Still waiting for the winner of that series. Classic is up against Perceive in the round of 16. We have Strange versus Rebellion, and we have Shameless versus Ledlix. But now we also have our next series. As you can see here, Rake takes down ISOP 2-1, and it's going to be Rake versus ByuN in the next round. Let's go. Let us go. But here we go. We're going to be getting to our next series. Going to be jumping into ByuN versus Rake. Hold on. Gonna hop around. Un momento. That's not good. But yes, up next is going to be Rake versus ByuN, so we're going to be going on a short break. When we come back, we'll have our next series. We'll have our round of 16 match. See you soon. See you soon, Pat. See you soon. And welcome back, everyone. Welcome back. Welcome back to the quarterfinal. Sorry, the round 16. The round 16 here of the Sparkling Tuna Cup, the SEC number 126. That's a lot of Tuna Cups, right? That's a lot of Tuna Cups. But we are here. We are back. We have our first series and spawning in the top left-hand corner. We have the South Korean Terran player. We have the Orange Terran representing Shopify. It is ByuN. And spawning in the bottom right hand corner, we have his opponents. We have the red Protoss player. We have the red Protoss himself representing Hyper1. It is Rake. And if you're in the chat, you know what time it is. It is Gamba time. Predictions are open. Place your bets on who you think will claim the series. Best of luck in the chat as we delve into our TVP. I was about to say the SE2 Protoss because Rake is a very regular player when it comes to StarCraft Evolution. And we have seen Rake versus ByuN in SE Evo before. So no. I'm SE Evo deprived, Pappy. Deprived. But here we go, we're settling in. It is going to be double gas. Ooh, double gas opener out of ByuN, going for a more tech-heavy start. Meanwhile, Rake going for his own scatter across the map. Now, as you saw in the previous series, Rake is a very unique player. We saw cannon rushes, we saw carrier rushes, right? We saw a lot of hyper aggression and quirky builds out of Rake. We expect that to continue coming into this series as well. So eyes are on Rake when it comes to what shenanigans he brings to the table. For now, gate expand out of our red Protoss player. Once again, ByuN can be more active. With a double gas opener, he can go into Reactor Reaper Hellion, he can go into early Cyclones, he can go into committed drop play, he can go into early Banshee play. ByuN has options. Tech options specifically. Here we go. SNC Rocks is asking in the chat, will the map slideshow be changed after TLMC 22? Ideally, yes. Ideally, we're able to update the slideshow and update the thumbnails. Ideally, we can update everything. It does take some time. Takes some time to, like, you know, find the good angles and find, like, good engagement points for screenshots, things of that nature. But should be able to. Always exciting. Bearing in mind that our next TLMC judging stream is going to be on Friday. It's going to be on Friday. As I mentioned before, after this, I still have to go through and clean things up and finalize like my final scorings for the maps that we covered today. There's a lot to get through. We'll be doing that after the stream, after the cast. Because of that, I might end up delaying the Pigstar Cup cast tomorrow morning, or like we might go live a little bit later. We'll see. We'll see. So it's just a lot of casting. For now, though, we do have our initial opener. It is going to be Reaper Hellion, but not Reacted Reaper Hellion. We're going for the faster starport, a tech lab into add-on swap. Looks to be the case. Hellion Reaper does get across the map, getting one, getting two. Yeah, 2 pro kills so far, not bad. Three probes to go down. The Reaper will fall, and we are rushing into. God damn it! We mentioned this at the beginning of the game here, how we expect some shenanigans, and oh no, he gets in. The Reaper gets into the main base, confirms the fleet beacon, confirms the Tempest Rush. Does confirm back at home. We're going for no add-on swap, Cyclone into medevac into drop across the map. ByuN is fully aware as to what's going on. The Reaper finally goes down, but Rake had to deny the scout. He failed to do so. Now no longer does this have that surprise factor. No longer. As ByuN can start to move out. He should be aware as well that because of the high investment into all this tech, it means that there's barely an army, right? We have 1 Stalker and 2 Adepts and 1 battery at the natural. In the main base, no safety battery. Oof. Yeah, no battery in the main. Carrier's on the way, so it's going to be a carrier rush, not Tempest. Going for the carrier. ByuN does boost in. Will unload. There's no warp gate. Oh, I just realized he skipped warp gate. He's crazy. Yeah, no warp gate, which means the slow warp ins. Gets into the mineral line and getting 4 workers already. And he's not done. Yeah, he's not done. Just back in. 6 probes going down. The SimCity working against the army here. Another Stalker pops. 7 probes. And we just keep dropping. Yeah, we just keep on dropping. Oh. Carrier has arrived. It's going to be 9 probes going down. Oh. Almost 10. And back at home, ByuN is just building up into Sim, into Bio. No reason not to. Behind this, there's no splash damage, no Colossus, no Storm. Without any splash damage, this army can't really do much. Man with gun is pretty good. Man with gun, pappy. As once again drops into the mineral lane, just pulling Rake apart. Rake, he cannot keep up, not like this. And here we go, he's got the one base all in, one carrier, two stalkers, two adepts. He runs into a bunker. And he can never deal with the bunker. Yeah, the bunker will stand strong. Does focus down a marine at a time. Gateway army gets cleaned up, and now it's just one carrier. And just the one. Oof. Cyclo still popping off. Carriers out of interceptors. No, get out of here. The carrier gets focused down. Oof. GG gets called. GG gets called, and ByuN, he will take game number 1. Whew. GG. Does take the first game here. Once again, it came down to the scouting, right? Came down to the scouting, came down to the fact that Rake, his initial Stargates and Fleet Beacon were seen, and that prompted ByuN to be hyper aggressive. I mean, he was going to go for the drop anyway, but that prompted him to be even more active, more aggressive, follow with Stim, follow with ByuN, and of course, shut down the economy here of Rake. Just couldn't keep up, could not keep up. Rake, of course, he made the decision to skip Warp Gate, so that made reinforcements even more delayed. It meant that his early game defense was even weaker, and there was no battery in the main base either. GG. GG, well played. With that, we're jumping into game number 2, and we'll see what other shenanigans Rake has to offer. Once again, we're expecting some weird and quirky builds. Saw something weird already in game 1. We're ready for game 2. What's it gonna be? What else can we see here? Do we go DTs? Do we go Skytoss again? No shot. We'll see. As spawning in the top left-hand corner of Winter Madness, we have the South Korean Terran player, the orange Terran representing Shopify. It is ByuN. And spawning in the bottom right-hand corner, we have his opponent. We have the teal Protoss player, the teal Protoss himself representing Team Hyper 1. It is Rake. Yo, shout out to Hacker is top. I mean, I say shout outs. Was there a walkover earlier? Wait. S the Hacker is top. What happened in your series against Perceive? SMH. SMH, my head. There we go. Here we go. We do have our second game here. For the time being, we do have our initial gases. Once again, double gas opener out of ByuN. Opening up double gas and going for a faster factory. Once again, this can lead into earlier Cyclone drop play like we saw previously, or it can lead into a more committed move into Hellion Reaper. It can lead into faster Banshee play. We'll see where ByuN takes us as we load into a much larger map. Longer rush distance by ground, known for longer and later games. Rake might have an easier time rushing into further tech, rushing into carriers. Here we go. Setting up. From here, we're building up our first wave of stalkers. Reaper moves in. There's that factory, and I'm curious to see what kind of add-ons we get into post factory. Once again, Stargate opener. Ooh, it's looking like another carrier rush. Oh boy, not like this. We have our Stargates. This is pre-warp gate as well. It is looking very similar to last game. Uh-oh. It's looking similar. There's that 1-1-1. Tech Lab on the factory. Initial Reaper Hellions moving out. This is just a repeat of game 1, to be honest, from both sides. ByuN opens up the Reaper Hellion into his own Cyclone drop. Meanwhile, Stargate opener, no Warp Gate, Shovel Staff Fleet Beacon. There it is. Fleet Beacon's on the way, going for the carrier rush, and ByuN, he does poke back in, gets one. Gets one. Doesn't get another. Ooh, we're pulling a little bit far away from the battery. Hellion Shot goes off. ByuN doesn't make his way into the main. But here comes that same follow-up, which will scout. Now, the added advantage here on Winter Madness is it does take longer to get across the map, so there's a little bit more time here that Rake has to build up an army. Reapers, they poke in. Oh, gonna be shut down. ByuN, who was a little bit premature. Ideally, you do want to hit at the same time as your drop. So it was premature. Drop into the main, Stalker's somewhat in position. Oh, there's a battery this time. Hey, there's a battery in the main. Does scout the Fleet Beacon. ByuN knows. ByuN, he sees, he knows. Waiting for the lock-on to come off a cooldown. This time Rake has had a better defense. So far, a stronger defense. Ooh, Adept is going to get caught. Ooh, Adept goes down, gets one, gets two. Two Adepts full, one Stalker left. And one Stalker remaining. Nice target firing here by ByuN. Let's punish the Stalker. But so far this time nowhere near as much economic damage. It was 9 probe kills previously, this time only 2. So just in 3. 3 probes, the battery is depowered. Shouldn't get the gas geyser. Force to pick up, force to pull away. And again, this is a cleaner start here for Rake. It's a cleaner execution. Still a little bit shaky, still was scattered early on, still did lose 4 probes. But is building up his carriers and getting to the mothership. He's getting to his build. Like, the build is actually coming to play this time. No. Let's go. With the arrival of the mothership, we can then start to move out across the map. And we can commit. Behind this, Rake setting up for a third. Here comes the third base. And working on +1 to flyer attack. Download 600 megabytes, so preparing game data. Oh no! Smurge, papi, smurge. We've all been there, papi. All been there. For future, if that does happen once again, something that works for me is to use a VPN. Like downloading Blizzard updates, it's for whatever reason it's like insanely, it takes insanely long. But if you use like a VPN to connect to Korea or something, like, at least in my experience, that has helped. Just for potentially for the future. For now though. For now, ByuN, he commits in. Sends forward. Mines are in position. And can we hold on? Ooh, oh my god, he drags the mine! The mine! Can he drag it again? Oh my god, there's Jamboro. But that was a brutal mine shot. Ay, ay, ay. Better connection here on the Skytoss this time. But with that mine shot going off, ByuN is going to be forced back. He cannot break through. Este widow mine, papi. Yo, Ray, can we maintain the third? Can he hold on? Okay, dropping into the mineral line. Rake does pull away. Pulls away. Meanwhile, ByuN, he does reinforce. He's still pushing in. This time there's no slow zone. True. No slow zone. Sims in. Oh. Tries to sim in. Baiting out some of the interceptors. Once again, trying to drag the mine shots. Ooh, we'll take it to the face. And this time wasn't quite able to. Can we drag the mine? That does focus it down, never mind. It does focus down. There's that cloak. Rake is holding. He's holding on. Building up the mass carrier. He's almost there. Up to 5 carriers so far. Soon to be 7. Soon to be 7 carriers. Salvage drop does hit the natural. Bearing in mind this army is very immobile. It's very slow. So to react, so to respond. Denies mining. Dropping into the main at the same time, but ByuN does hit the third. And the army's out of position. Yeah, Rake is completely out of position here. Forced back. He's just being pulled apart. Back and forth. Nexus may just go down. Doesn't commit. Doesn't go for it. Drop is deflected. Drop here to natural. 19 probes going down. Crazy damage. Again, the Nexus is low. ByuN, he's waiting for the reaction. Waiting for the response. And we have 3 carriers here at the natural. ByuN, he's stimming in. Can he focus out the base in time? Does he commit? He's going for it. No, you can't get it. Yeah, forces him away, but regardless, brutal economic damage. That's another 16 probe kills. No, there's nothing here at the natural. In the end, ByuN, he distracted. Rake is all in. Rake is completely all in. Everything is on fire. Barely any economy. It's all or nothing for Rake. Either he kills ByuN or he dies trying. What do we have to work with here? 7 carriers, soon to be 8. We have an 8th carrier on the way. Marines are getting caught out. Heavily overstimmed. It's a lot of mines. Now, can we drag the mine shots, though? Can we do it again? Do it again, Pappy. Reinforces. Does reinforce those extra carriers. This is all 8. And that's a lot of carrier. Now moving in. Nice slow zone. Zone's away. Zone's away the army. Forcing the split. Marines being focused down. And A carriers may just be too much. Yeah, it's okay. It's too much, Pat. It's too much. Marines are being overwhelmed. And we're looking to force the ace match. Oh god. That was a brutal mine shot. But it's fine. It's still perfectly fine. 25 workers. We can still afford to rebuild those interceptors. We can still rebuild. Overwhelms all the Marines. No turrets in the main. And again, ByuN did an amazing job when it comes to dealing economic damage, but he did not deal with the main army. The carriers they built up at a time. The mines! Up! Does well in. One shot. Yeah, only one shot. Decent connection, but alas, there's just no army here. Yeah, there's not enough Marines. And with that, wow. ByuN, he's in awe, Pappy. Oh no. GG, well played. And Rake will tie the series 1-1. GG, well played. Oh no, hold on. ByuN, he doesn't know what to say, Pappy. He's speechless. Oh no. Alright, let's go. Let's go. We're getting into game 2. Sorry, we're getting to the ace match, I should say. Getting into the ace match. But again, I do want to give credit to ByuN when it comes to his harassment, when it comes to getting across the map and pulling his opponent apart. Again, he did cripple the economy, he forced you all in. But as we mentioned, Rake, he was able to build up to 8 carriers, like critical mass of 8 carriers, which is crazy, Babbies. A lot of it I feel like came down to the first engagement, came down to the first fight. Of course, that was a really scary moment for Rake, but he was able to force friendly fire, able to deal with that first wave as well, regarding the mine shots, regarding dragging it in, was able to from there hold on and again slowly build up that carrier account. GG well played. And with that, we're now getting into game number 3, getting into the ace match. Let's go. Oh. Here we go. Is ByuN okay? Oh no. Not like this, papi. Not like this. How is ByuN in the chat? I'm referring to in-game chat. Like he's, you know, in the game, in the lobbies. But here we go. Here we go. Spawning in the top right-hand corner. Top right-hand corner here of White Rabbits. We have the South Korean Terran player. We have the Orange Terran. Representing Shopify Rebellion, it is ByuN. And spawning in the bottom left-hand corner, we have his opponents. We have the Red Protoss player. The Red Protoss player himself representing Team HyperOne. It is Rake. Here we go. Whew. Hi. And do we go for the same build? I mean, it's been the same build twice now, if you recall. Now, as a reminder, it was a cleaner execution last game. A big reason for that was Rake being able to minimize losses. In game 1, he lost 9 probes to the early Reaper, the Reaper Hellion Harass and the Cyclone job. Game 2, it was the same build, but longer rush distance, and also this time we saw a safety battery in the main. So Rake, he was able to defend with the bare minimum losses, only lost 2 workers at the beginning to be able to build up into his carriers. We'll see how ByuN will adjust moving forward. Of course, now there's going to be a little bit more urgency when it comes to not as much economic damage, but actually catching out carriers themselves. We'll see if ByuN does kind of take a different approach and does try to build up his main army instead to go for these main frontal assaults, or if he does decide to go once again into mass drop play. First things first, economic opener. Okay, already a big change. Economic opener out of ByuN going for a Rax expand. This time he will not commit into Reaper Hellion aggression like he did last time. So already big change here from ByuN, going Rax expand, Marine first into his own tech lab, straight into his own reactor, 0 SCV scout, no SCV scout, and as a result of the opener, no Reaper scout either. Intentionally so. We can make the assumption here that Rake is going to go for the same build, and ByuN is being much more efficient this time. Ooh, going for what looks to be a 3 Rax. Okay, I believe a 3 Rax should just kill. In my mind, there's maybe 1 carrier to defend, but against this heavy 3 Rax sim timing, if ByuN really wanted to, a hard counter would probably be a 4 Rax. A 4 Rax 2 base all in, where you pull the boys alongside your 4 Rax Marine. So we'll see if he goes 1 step further here. But this is going to be a very strong sim timing, and again, this should hard counter carrier rush. Blind counter even, as he hasn't even scouted, but he's just making the assumption. So I do like this response. This also shows, I would say, the importance of being able to vary up your builds and not relying too much on the same thing. As Rake could be going 4-gate blink, for example, but again, it's just going for the singular gateway into fleet beacon, into carrier rush, no warp gate. Yeah, no warp gate whatsoever. This 3 Rax from ByuN is going to hit quite hard. Stim is on the way into combat shields. And again, there's maybe 1 carrier to defend. Oh boy. I say 1 carrier. The mothership might be a stronger asset actually when it comes to the early game defense. We'll see if the mothership is going to be a factor. It's going to be close. Yeah, it's going to be close. As we're just banking up the bio, banking up the Marines. There's that mothership. It's on the way. Rake, he doesn't really know what he's up against. He's playing blind. He's getting a safety battery in his main. And here he comes. Here comes the 3 Rax. As you mentioned, that mothership is going to be crucial to the defense, and it's going to be close. It's going to be very close. It's less than halfway done. The bio army is coming. Stim is almost complete. Oh boy. Do we hold on to a scan? Yeah, ByuN is holding onto a scan. The mothership will pop out mid-fight. And we evacuate. Yeah, we just evacuate the expansion. There is a force field, true. There's a sentry. Sentry's in position. The mothership does pop. Can Rake hold on? Sims in. Yeah, that's Sim. There's Cloak. Do we have a scan? No, no scan. Yeah, scan is not available. Marines, they get zoned away. We're just going to wait out the Cloak. But now there's going to be a carrier. Yeah, the carrier is going to arrive, and with that, I believe Rake will hold. The Marines, they cannot break this, not anymore. And this is rough for ByuN. Now, ByuN, behind this, he's going for a very committed 2-base play. There is a third CC, but that's after all the Raxes. That's after the 5 Rax setup here, so a very aggressive follow-up here by ByuN. Yeah, I see Sing in the chat. No. Nice start stepping against the interceptors at least. Does get some value here. Yeah, does get some value. Rake is pushing. Ooh. Rake, I believe the plan is to recall these 2 carriers. He's gonna have 3. 3 carriers in the mothership. Can ByuN survive? With only Marine? There's gonna be 2 medevacs. There's gonna be 2 medevacs here. Waiting for the recall. Waiting for that extra carrier. Here it comes. There it is. Yeah, there's that recall across the map. 3 carriers into the main. Does him in. Yeah, he does have in the army. Gets one. Gets 1 carrier. Massive dive. He gets 1. And he gets the other. Miscontrol here. Miscontrol by Rake. He does not pull away in time. Like, look at how close this is. Look at how many Marines are dying. If we had pulled away those carriers and preserved them, that would have been huge. Oh, no. Mothership goes down. Massive losses here. Massive pickoffs. It was close. If we were a little bit more attentive with the carriers, I feel like Ray could have pulled this off, actually. Like, so many Marines went down. That could have been it. That could have been it, Bappy. But with that, massive losses for Rake. Third base is being attempted to be taken. And ByuN is counterattacking. Mothership went down. 2 carriers went down as well. Rake is hurting. And without a mothership, there's no defense. Yeah, there's no hold here. Carrier gets caught. And ByuN can just push. ByuN can just move out. But I'll be honest, like, again, if the micro was there, I can see a world where Rake could have taken that fight. Like, if he had reacted to the stim, if he had pulled away the carriers. But regardless, ByuN gets across the map. I mean, shout out to Rake. We had it back and forth. It was an eye-opening series for ByuN. For many, I'm sure. For many. And GG gets called. There's nothing to defend, and ByuN, he will claim the series 2-1. GG. Whew. GG, well played. ByuN, he will claim the series, but I'll be honest, I can see a world where Ray could have 2-1. Like, I can see a world where we could have seen a different outcome to those final moments, to the recall across the map. Regardless, GG, well played. ByuN, who will claim the series, Ray will be knocked out, but made for a very entertaining matchup nonetheless. GG, well played. Congratulations. ByuN, who will claim the series. And with that, we're going to be following ByuN into the next round. Exclamation mark B in the chat to have a look at the back yourselves. Let's go. Let us catch on up. Whew. As we have plenty of updates, actually. Oh my god. There's a lot to get into. Let's start from the beginning. From the top, we do have herO. herO, he takes down R20. herO is already in the semifinals, waiting for the winner of Zoun and Ryung. Meanwhile, we do have it Classic versus Strange, currently ongoing in the quarterfinals. Likewise, ByuN versus Shameless as well. Okay, so we have our quarterfinals underway. PvP between Classic and Strange. We have ByuN versus Shameless in a TvP. We have Zoun versus Ryung in a TvP, and of course, herO waiting for the winner of that series as well. Now, typically, I would be following I'd be following ByuN into Shameless. That would be my typical route. But both semifinals are going to be casted, and there's a very high chance that, I mean, Zoun and Ryung, they're already mid-series. I shouldn't have gone to the Americas. Hold on. No. Oof. Yeah, I messed up. I shouldn't have gone to the Americas, as I missed the lobby for Ryung versus Zoun. Let's have a look here. I don't know if it's Fresh Series. Indy's covering that matchup, so Indy will... I'll just keep an eye on Indy's stream. But yeah, that was my bad. Keep an eye on him. If they're in game 2 or game 3, I might just go on a break and wait for them to finish, and then follow Ryung versus Zoun into herO, because I don't want them to wait too long. Don't want them to wait too long. Show us the game, Indy. ByuN drops the WoW again. True. Looks like game 1. Okay. We'll head over. So it looks like Zoun versus Ryung are in game 1. So it's a fresh series, which means we should be free to jump into ByuN versus Shameless. That's on. We got too excited, man. We got too excited. Here we go. Spawning in the bottom right hand corner of Ruby Rock, we have the South Korean Terran player. We have the blue Terran representing Shopify Rebellion. It is ByuN. And spawning in the top right hand corner, we have the red Protoss player himself. We have the red Protoss representing Stony Bulls. It is Shameless. And if you're in the chat, predictions are now open. Place your bets on who you think will claim the series. Best of luck in the chat as we delve into our PVT. Let's go. Here we go as we're getting into our quarterfinals match. Once again, we have some other updates here. We have herO. He's waiting for the winner of Zoun and Ryung. Likewise, Classic, he just looked down Strange 2-1, is waiting for the winner of this series as well. As we mentioned previously, both semifinals will be casted, one after the other. So after this matchup, we'll be able to jump into the next fresh series, whichever is available first. For now, going to be opening up. Do have our economic opener here. Single gas racks expand out of ByuN. Likewise, Shameless across the map going for his own gate expand setup. Let's go. Reapers. The SE does move in, does eBay block. Cheeky move here by ByuN. And Shameless has a late scout. Late scout, late realization. Too much progression here on the eBay, and Shameless. We can't pull the boys here. He's going for it though, okay. Oof. He does pull the boys, does make the zealots. It's going to be wild, but Shamelessly wants to expand. So a very nice start here for ByuN. Delays the expansion, pokes further in, confirms the zealots on the way. From here we can settle in. ByuN going for the high ground CC. It does mean that with the Zealot popping out, the Zealot can't move across the map and force a cancel or delay the command center on the low ground. Shameless up to 500 minerals. And of course there were 3 probes that were losing mining time. There's a cancel. finally can expand. So a nice start here for ByuN. Oh, and the follow-up going for extra maxes. Okay. I think the Tempest are better. Kill the air units early on and snowball. You can make an argument for it, bearing in mind that early on, though, like, it is mainly Marines that are your threat. Obviously, going for the mothership first was crucial when it came to the defense. I'm not opposed to the carrier follow-up, but there were like a couple of things that I would say that that Rake messed up on when it comes to losing interceptors early on. Obviously, when it comes to the micro and control at the very end of the game as well. But regardless, GG, GG. It was still a crazy series. Crazy, crazy. As here comes our follow-up. Similar to last game, the goal here is the stim timing, right? Building up to a very strong stim timing here from ByuN. Bearing in mind that the rush distance by ground is shorter on this map, and it's also more direct, so this is that much more powerful here for ByuN. Shameless opening up Stargate will mean that his defenses are going to be weaker than normal as well. Oof, Stargate opener. Bold move here by Shameless. The Oracle is designed to get economic damage done and ideally scout what's going on, but will it help in the defense as Reaper does get a full scout of the main? Does get a full scout. ByuN should be feeling good about this. They should be feeling, oh no, it wasn't paying attention. Stalker gets caught. Stalker gets caught out. Zoun as well. Shameless, he was distracted by the Reaper. And this does not bode well. Checking Shameless's vision here. I mean, seeing all those Marines is a bit of a tell. Technically, it could have been something like a 2-on-1 instead of a 3-vax, which is still a rarer build. Back at home, setting up defensively here, throwing down the battery, throwing down extra gateways, throwing down the robo as well, all on 2 bases, going for a delayed third. Oracle also confirms. Does confirm the 3-vax. Shameless knows. He's racing back home. It does race back. Sets up the stasis wards. And ByuN will soon move out. Stim is almost done. Here comes a push. Shameless even forced to go for the bail on 2 bases as well. Yeah, stuck on 2 bases. Is it going to be enough? He's going to have 2 batteries. So 2 shield batteries, the sentry, force fields. And the stasis trap also going to be a big factor as well. As ByuN rallies. Oh, he's scared. He scans, he spots a stasis. He knows, Bappy, he knows. Dragging the army out into the open. Almost gets a sentry. Holding onto Stim. Behind this, third CC is on the way. Remember, he's expanding. He's not all in. Shameless going for his own counter proxy gateway. And ByuN checks for a third. He checks the third base locations, confirms there is no third. Which is settling into a longer game. ByuN doesn't commit. We just contain. Oh. Speaking of contain, oh no, the probe. He wants it. He gets it. Probe goes down, does force a cancel once again, containing Shameless. ByuN back at home, getting into his own Marauder production. Bearing in mind that ByuN, he saw all the immortals, so he's aware of the robo. He can make the conclusion that Colossus is going to be on the horizon. He can conclude. And he makes it back home. He makes it back home. Very mature decision as well. He doesn't stay out in the open. He doesn't lose his army. He pulls back. And we'll see what Shameless can get done. He's got his own power spike now. He's got his own Colossus. As he moves out, so does ByuN. ByuN being active with his own double drop. Shameless moving in. Setting up stasis traps. There's our proxy gateway coming into play. Here come the reinforcements. So far, nice tank volleys. The initial bunker is going to be focused down. Does get the bunker. Yeah, bunker does fall. Nice force fields here, catching at the Marines. And Sheamus is breaking into the natural at the same time. ByuN does hit the main. He will kill. Does kill the main base, but ByuN, can he defend the main? There's the recall. There's the recall back home. We're getting messy. He wants a Colossus. He wants it. Oh no, he gets it as well. Ay, ay, ay. Sheamus wasn't looking. Cheeky moves out of ByuN. Snipes the Colossus. Now we can break out. It's only a gateway army. And he will clean this up. Yeah, panic force fields. Unable to block off the ramp. Tank volley is going off. Sheamus, he will lose this army. Did kill 13 SCVs, but ByuN, he still has a higher SCV count. He has a higher worker count. So ByuN still has the greater economy. He has a greater economy. And Sheamus down to 2 bases. Down to 2 Nexi. ByuN's not done. ByuN's still ahead. Up in army, up in economy. Like, this was a nice move here by Sheamus if he was able to maintain his position and keep ByuN on 1 base. But he was broken. Sims into the mineral line, late reaction. Oof. Yeah, very late reaction and 10 probe kills. Ay, ay, ay. 12 probes. The Oracle poked in. Now drop into the natural. Back into the mineral line. Oof. Getting up to 14 workers. That's a risky. I'm sure was tempted to drop on the Colossus, but does pull away. It does pull out, does pull away. ByuN building up a greater army. And if he does move out soon, I don't see Sheamus stopping this. Not with such a Marauder heavy composition. It's just so beefy. It's built to tank. Sheamus, I mean, he has to do something across the map. He's being active. He's ideally looking to catch a medevac or catch any stray units or outposition the army. In head-on fights, obviously Sheamus cannot contest against ByuN. Massive tank shots already. And ByuN stims in. He stims in. He wants a Colossus and he will get them. He gets one and he'll get the other as well. GG gets called and ByuN, he will take game number 1. GG. Whew. GG, well played. ByuN, he'll take a lead in the series. Again, winding it back, Sheamus, he had some good moments himself. Of course, he scouted, he confirmed the 3-axe, he was a little bit more defensive back at home. His big power spike, of course, was with his first Colossus. He pushed across the map, and it was a pretty threatening army. Like, he was able to get across the map, take over control of the natural base as well. Not a bad position for Sheamus, but then we had the drop across the map, of course. The drop into the main base, killing the expansion. Things got very chaotic from there. As we mentioned, Sheamus, he was inattentive to his army, which meant that ByuN, he did select his own Marauder, stim down the ramp, and kill the Colossus. He was able to catch a Colossus, and also because there was no attention being had there was no force field on the ramp. You saw the panic force fields, if you remember, where if Sheamus was able to fixate and focus on that army, once we saw the stim down from ByuN, we could lock down the army, force field the ramp, lock those units in or out, deal with that, and then still contain ByuN on 1 base. And the longer that ByuN was on 1 base, the more ahead Sheamus could really get. Because yes, even though ByuN had a higher worker count, he was mining inefficiently. So could have contained ByuN a little bit further, could have built up a greater economy, built up a greater army, and had a different kind of game state. And then eventually, of course, ByuN would break out, and we'd have to respect that, had to recall back home. But that counter drop was brutal. The counter drop was crazy, and here we go, spawning in the top left-hand corner of Winter Madness. We have the blue Terran player. We have the South Korean Terran representing Shopify. Leading the series 1-0, it is ByuN. And spawning in the bottom right-hand corner, we have his opponents. We have the blue Protoss player. The blue Protoss representing Stony Balls. It is Shameless. Here we go. Meanwhile, big shout out to Head Beagle in the chat. God, oh my God. Thanks so much. Thanks so much for the raid. Hope you had a great stream. Hope you had, I'm assuming, a ladder session. I'm assuming a ladder session was had, but thank you so much for the raid. Welcome to the Sparkling Tuna Cup, the STC. This is a weekly open tournament every single week. We have the Tuna Cup. This is actually the longest running open cup in StarCraft. Longer running than Pickassar Cups or War TV Mondays or KSLs, for example. Has been running for a very, very long time. We're already up to the 126th edition. Crazy, that'd be crazy. Been running for many, many years, and we'll keep on running, of course. If you want to support the event, you can do so via Patreon. This event is funded by the people, for the people, so thank you so much to all of our patrons for being able to help fund the event and grow the event as well. So thank you so much to all of our supporters. As this time, ByuN does vary things up. This time, double gas opener out of ByuN. Going for a faster factory, going for a delayed CC. See in chats, surprised Shameless didn't commit to the base trade there. Yeah, it's one of those things where I'm sure in Shameless's mind he was not aware of the double drop moving out across the map, so he wasn't necessarily thinking about being forced into a base trade, and I'm sure he was just content containing ByuN across the map. Which, to be fair, if he was successful, he would have been fine, right? If he could keep ByuN on one base a little bit longer. But as you mentioned, the drop did distract, right? He was distracted. Is there a world where instead of recalling, he just commits up the ramp and he breaks through? It's hard to say. There were some tanks back at home for ByuN. We'd have to, like, double check what the armies were looking like. It's possible, like, maybe. Maybe could have had enough. Always a hard call to make in the moment. Regardless, we are settling in. We have our 1-1-1 follow-up initial mine drop out of ByuN. So going for the initial mine drop. Meanwhile, this time a Twilight Council opener out of Shameless. Bearing in mind, what did we have last game? Stargate. Remember, it was a Stargate Oracle opener, which personally I wasn't very fond of. It was a really risky maneuver and it did not pay off. But this time, opening up Twilight Council, much more standard into Blink. So Shameless building up into Blink. And it's a little more expected. The question becomes 2-gate or 3-gate. You know, do we try to play greedy or do we play safe? Hallucination does confirm the mine drop. Is aware. Assuming he spotted the Widow Mine itself. Yeah, it did spot. Is going to be a triple mine drop again because of the earlier double gas opener in the earlier factory. It's going to be not double but triple mines instead. This is going to be it's going to hit a little bit harder. It's a little bit more of a commitment here, and we'll see how Shameless is able to handle his own defensive play. We'll see if he can maintain his economy and minimize losses. Meanwhile, we were curious how greedy our player was going to be. It's going to be 2-gate. 2-gate Blink into a third, so a very greedy build here by Shameless. Minimal gateways, minimal supportive units. It's going to be a robo after the expansion. So Shameless is cutting corners, and we'll see if he gets away with it. As the mine drop is moving in. Behind this, getting into tank production. Mine drop comes in, and Shameless, he does pull away. Oh no! Yeah, it does pull away in time. We'll lose one probe so far, just the one. Meanwhile, we have a third mine drop into the main. Doesn't load. Shameless, does he notice? Oh, Jesus. Okay, does notice. We do see the Widow Mine being a little bit greedy here. Does chase him down. Does chase him down, getting one more probe, 2 in total, and so far a nice defense here. Even catching the medevac. Este Shameless, not bad. Medevac goes down. Widow Mines as well. Shameless does defend. We'll lose some mining time. True. There was some mining time lost, but did deal with all 3 mines and the medevac as well. Not a bad defense here by Shameless. Not bad. Oh. As back at home, ByuN has been building up his earlier tank count into Stim, into what looks to be an earlier push. We're still building up. I mean, Stim is still only halfway done. Waiting for the upgrade. Still waiting. Shameless moving out. Behind this, going into a gateway heavy composition. Going to be delaying his splash damage in favor of additional zealots. And Shameless is hoping to delay or at least contain his opponent. Johnny set up. He does move out with his own double drop. Jesus. Shameless claiming his own fourth base. Bearing in mind that ByuN has no third CC, by the way. So very greedy play here by Shameless. Double drop moves in. And he swings to the mineral line. So far, the fact that the shield battery putting in a lot of work. Zealous had to respond. 5 probes going to be going down. Not bad. And nice damage here by ByuN. Takes down the Stalker, picks up, gets away, and does preserve the majority of his army. So far, a very successful double drop. Meanwhile, here comes the second army here on the top side. ByuN is being active. And remember, Shameless is being very greedy here. Does he get away with it? Does warp in plenty of zealots. Shameless he can do with this army if he does catch it unsieged. Does put the army with the observer. Shameless collapsing in. He's getting on top of the tank, and the tank will go down. Massive pickup. Takes down the tank. Again, better fight here for Shameless. Oh, but he cannot get on top of the ByuN army. Has to pull away. Has to respect it. Third CC now does begin. ByuN needs to watch the expansion. Can he bring it down? That's a little bit of mines. Oh no! Ooh, massive connections. Zealous, they just melt. Yeah, they evaporate. The base is still getting very low. How about Shameless is holding? He does hold on. He has to be careful not to get baited out. He's holding on to his fourth base. Still deflecting that double drop. And Shameless, he gets away with it. Wow, he gets away with it. The fourth base does stand strong. 71 probes. Gases can soon be taken. For now, still one robo. We do have a second forge on the way for double upgrades. The pressure is still very much so on ByuN. Still on the Terran. Once again, though, he has built a heavy Marauder army. ByuN, he wants to be aggressive here, he wants to be active. Shameless now getting up to 3 Colossus. Third base now finally getting one running here for ByuN. Finally getting up. Observer does confirm the army race back home. Shameless has gained map control. And yeah, ByuN, he does relinquish. He relinquishes map control. He's turtling up back at home. Viking production has begun. We have the Ghost Academy on the way as well. And now Shameless can expand. Yeah, now we can mass expand. 5th base on the way. 2nd robot for double disruptor production. Building up his robot army. No storm. Going for disruptors. And currently I do favor Shameless getting into the mid game. At least ByuN preserved the army, right? He didn't throw it away. Didn't throw away his army. He's still building up those Marauders. But Shameless, he's perfecting his army. He's getting there. Building up more disruptors. Prism harass here towards the natural. ByuN is somewhat in position. Denies a warp in. Jesus, everything everything responding to the drop. But again, this is buying time. Might not have dealt damage here, but does keep ByuN busy. Time we get spotted. We've built up to how many disruptors? 3, soon to be 5. First never goes up. Raising one Marauder. Second Nova. Nice blitz. Ooh. Does catch out part of the army. Some of the Novas have been a little bit lackluster. Colossus taking a lot of damage here from the Vikings. Gets one. Yeah, gets one Colossus, now going for the other. Second Colossus goes down. Not enough Stalkers, not enough anti-air. The Mass Viking here just dominates the skies. Every Colossus falls. Ay, ay, ay. Yeah, very few Stalkers. Without the Mass Charge Lots, zones away the army. Again, we're still heavily reliant on these Disruptors. Mainly zoning away. Vikings, oh. The flanking Vikings, let's go. That's 2 Novas on cooldown, there's 2 Novas left. ByuN respects it. ByuN pulls away. At the same time, drops into the main. Oh, let's go, the Later Vikings. Does get across the map. Pulling Shameless apart, forcing the recall. Shameless, he will defend. At the same time, that's going to be 15 SCVs and a starport as well. Massive pickoff. Yeah, 15 workers in the starport. ByuN commits in. He's committed. We need damage. The Nova. Nova goes off and doesn't connect. We have flanking Novas. Panic Novas even going up. Connect with the army. Not bad. And Shameless holds. Yeah, Shameless holds. He does overwhelm. Catching out Ghost. Catching out the main army. The economy's in shambles. 25 SCV kills. Critical damage. Oh no, the Disruptors! Yeah, bit of miscontrol. Disruptors are being focused down, but I believe Shameless should survive this. It's still close though. Oh no, blink away! And Stalker's getting picked off. Does now blink away. Behind this, he was warping across the map. GG gets called. 28-29 SCV kills, and Shameless takes game number 2. Whew, GG. GG, well played. Shameless got away with so much greed in the early game. Remember, we pointed it out, Shameless going for a 2-gate opener, 2-gate blink into a 3rd base and rushing into a 4th expansion so quickly. A lot of this map did kind of come down to whether or not ByuN could punish that 4th, and he failed to do so. He failed to break the 4th base. That is also partially because he did have a lot of supply tied up in those 2 medevacs and those 2 drops outside of the natural, which didn't really achieve much damage there. He wasn't able to reinforce his army. They were kind of tied up across the map. They didn't really get much damage done, and ByuN, he failed to break that that 4th expansion. Allowed for Shameless to get another base, to get his own 5th base up and running as well. To get his 5th base up, to be able to build up, max out, to take up into Disruptors. A lot of the Novas were lackluster, of course, but he was able to maintain his army, warping across the map, cripple the economy. GG. GG, well played, and with that, we're getting into the ace match. We're loading the game number 3. Let's go. Going to be on White Rabbit. Now, what I will say is that when it comes to this greedy play, this is expected on maps like Winter Madness. Winter Madness, Celestial Enclave, you can get away with these greedier builds. Now we're loading into White Rabbit. White Rabbit is a larger map, that is true, but the bases are more spread out, and you're more susceptible to attacks, to drop play, to counterattacks. You are going to be more susceptible here. We'll see if Shameless can, or we'll see if he goes to the same kind of style. We'll see if he once again cuts corners. As we're getting into game number 3 here, and spawning in the top right-hand corner of White Rabbits, we have the South Korean Terran player. We have the blue Terran representing Shopify, being forced into the ace match. It is ByuN. And spawning in the bottom left-hand corner here with... we have the red Protoss representing Stony Bulls, forcing the ace match, bringing us all the way to game 3. It is Shameless. He is Shameless, man. Yeah. As here we go, we get into the ace match, and again, this can go either way. We just did get an update here regarding the upper semifinals. It is ready for us, so after this series, we'll be heading over to the upper semis. We will make our way. We will get there. For the time being, though, calming down. Once again, as a reminder, last game was a Twilight Council opener into 2-gate blink, into the 3rd, into the 4th. This time, ByuN also going for an economic opener himself, going for a Rax expand. Single gas start out of ByuN. see where he takes us. As a reminder, last game, ByuN did open up a double gas into a committed mine drop, which didn't really pay for itself. If you recall, killed 2 probes and denied some mining. So we should be having a cleaner start here by ByuN. Cleaner start. Sounding balls with a space between the words. Didn't we confirm that there is no space? Am I crazy? I feel like we had to specifically look that up, right? Who is down here? Why are we representing his balls? Oh no, Pappy, oh no. For those who are curious, Downy Balls is, from my understanding, because I spoke to G Machine earlier, it's like balls of steel. That's kind of what it means. It's like balls of steel, Pappy. But yes, Downey is the team owner. It's like, oh no. I believe it was a mistake. Yeah, I mean, you know, bring it up with the team. It is 2 words, obviously, as we mentioned. Like it's meant to be like balls of steel. I'm just following what it is on Wikipedia, man. There we go. For now, once again, Stargate opener out of Shameless. Also, hold on, I glossed over it. ¿Adonde está Iba, papi? I don't see. When was the last time Iba played in Sparkling Tuna Cup? It's been years, papi. It's been years. Ay, ay, ay. Este Iba. Este makes my head. The Protoss are waiting for you. They're all waiting for you, Pappy. Why is it on a Tuesday? We moved to Tuesday because of RSL. RSL was over the weekend, so we didn't want to clash with RSL. For those who are curious, that normally this tournament is over the weekend, but you know, we didn't want to clash with RSL. It's marriage. When my ZVP win rate is above 50%. The real question is, what is your PvP win rate, Iba? You just play Protoss, Pappy. True. Just play Protoss. Behind the 3x stim. Sorry, I've been a little bit distracted. But it's going to be 3x stim, a very heavy stim timing here by ByuN. He's moving out across the map. Shameless, I believe, did scout with his Oracle. Shameless, he did confirm, so he knows. He knows what's coming his way. Here comes ByuN. He commits across the map, but back at home, Shameless, he's setting up here. He's got his own battery. Opted not to get a faster expansion, going into 3-gate blink, a much safer build. Sorry, 4-gate blink, Stalker even. Okay. That will allow him to counterattack after the defense. And we'll see if ByuN commits. See if ByuN does commit in. Stim is finishing up in 3 seconds. That's a lot of fire. That's a lot of Marines. ByuN, I believe he did scout. He did confirm. Oh, no. Didn't quite check the third location. So far, Shameless, he's holding. Oh, breaks in. It does break in. Bleeds out one of the Stalkers, though. Losing 1, losing almost 2. Stalker's trying to hold on. That's going to be 3, 4 Stalkers going down. Massive losses here, and ByuN breaks through. ByuN breaks on through. He stims on in. The boys are being pulled. Nice target firing out of ByuN. There's 2 Stalkers left. Down to 2. Down to 1. Oh no. And Shameless, he will hold, he will defend, but at a cost. At a cost here will cost him how many? 9 Stalkers go down. Shameless, he does hold on. If we had a 3rd base, I would be favoring Shameless's position, but there is no 3rd expansion. ByuN trades. Behind this, once again, throwing down 2 more Raxes. Getting into his own 5 rack setup. Still no 3rd TC. And we'll see how we recover from here. We have Shameless, okay, warping across the map. He has how many? He has 4 Stalkers, soon to be 6. Hoping to contain. Cannot fight the main army, by the way. We gotta calm down. Oracle doesn't quite get in. Doesn't quite get in. Storm is going to be on the way. ByuN, he'll eventually try to break out. Does he catch him? Oh, he gets one. Yeah, he gets one. Gets just the one stalker. And now getting a second, getting a third. Ooh, massive losses. Yeah, 3, 4, 5. The target firing, getting almost every single stalker. Aye, aye, aye. 5 stalkers getting caught out. Brutal losses here for Shameless. That should not have happened. Again, was not quite paying attention. ByuN does find the pylon. And will shut down the proxy. And again, Shameless is in trouble. Shameless losing the main army here. Storm is done. He does have Storm. Storm is good, but there's no support. There's no support here for the main army. It's a very bare bones force here for Shameless. Barely any units. ByuN going for a split push. Gets spotted by the probe. Does get spotted. Will force the unload. Again, the problem here is that I can just see ByuN stimming through the storm. Like I. Speaking of, he scans. First storm does land. He just stims past. Is what we spoke about. Does take down the first High Templar. Yeah, Templar goes down, Zealots as well. We can see Shameless react with everything here towards the main. Does react. ByuN rotating to the center. Oracle distracts ByuN for a moment. Main army pushing in. Okay, we need some miracle storms. We need as ByuN has a massive army supply lead. Setting up on top of the high ground. Tries to bait out one of the mine shots. Nice on Burrow. Wood Mine does go down. High Templar coming in. Oh, you see ByuN trying to snipe that Templar. Cheeky moves out of ByuN. Again, splitting up his army. Shameless in the middle of all this, does claim a 4th base. Again, a lot of risks taken here by Shameless, but he needs to. Rotates over, does get spotted. Shameless keeping up with the army. At the same time, dropping to the main. Does drop in. And Shameless, he tries to react. Tries to respond. Does have the Templar. Stuff on nice kiting, does avoid the storm. ByuN, he picks up, pulls away. That was 2 storms being spent. Now there's no storms left. Yeah, no storms remaining. Do we go for the energy overcharge? Not quite. Yeah, this drop is not being dealt with. It's getting out of hand. 10 probes going down. Depowers 5 gateways. Main army moves in. EMP, oh, EMP does land. Decent storms, we just rush past. Yeah, we just rush past. Not enough here. GG gets called, and ByuN, he will overwhelm. He will claim the series 2-1. GG. Whew. GG, well played. ByuN, he will claim the series. Again, it was a messy defense there from Shameless. Winding it back, if you recall, ByuN went for a 3x stim. He went for a 3x stim timing, and Shameless, he went 4-gate blink. He did scout the build. He was trying to prepare back at home, and he did survive. He did defend, but remember, he lost 9 stalkers. He lost 9 stalkers defending back at home, and again, because of all those losses, that meant that he had less of an army sustained, of course, getting into the mid game to protect himself, to defend his own bases. His natural is 3rd. He wasn't able to keep up with the army, with the production of his opponent, just because of the heavy losses from Shameless. Not just losing those 9 stalkers, but also losing 5 stalkers across the map as well. He just lost so many stalkers, units that ideally you're able to preserve, right? You preserve them, you build them up over time, and they become a little bit more impactful in a longer, later game. But that wasn't quite the case. Let's go. Let us go. As GG, well played. ByuN, who will claim the series. Now we're getting ready for the upper semifinals. Let's go. We go. Exclamation mark B in the chat. Exclamation mark B as we do set up. So we are going to be setting up here. It is going to be a PvP semifinals between Zoun and herO. Let's go. Assuming the TKL is coming. There we go. Beautiful. Here we go. Here we go. We're getting ready here for our next semifinals match. Bearing in mind, we'll be covering both semifinals. As always, for the Sparkling Tuna Cup, we'll be covering one after the other. As always. Okay, here we go. Here we go. Spawning in the right corner of White Rabbits, we have the South Korean Protoss player. We have the Red Protoss representing T1. It is herO. And spawning in the bottom left-hand corner, we have his opponent. We have the Blue Protoss player, the South Korean Protoss representing Onside. It is Zoun. So, let us go through in the chat. Predictions are open. Place your bets on who you think will claim the series. Best of luck in the chat. Sorry, just catching up with the chat. Sheamus and Yakov play so good lately, even won against herO in 2v2. Yeah, a lot of the CS players have been doing well for themselves, whether it's Gigi Machine, Young Yakov, Shameless, Mini Zerg, Sickness as well. Like, a lot of them have been excelling in 2v2. A lot of them have been excelling. You want me to play more Protoss? Is that what I heard? Well, then we can meme, Matthew. Then we can... no. Look, sometimes P.E.B.A. is better than no E.B.A. True, true. Zoun, he's being cheeky here. He's being cheeky. He does skirt around the edge of the map here with his initial probe, setting up for the pylon, setting up for the proxy. So again, 2 gate opener out of Zoun, likewise 2 gate opener out of herO. Zoun is hiding his worker. Based on our positioning here, though, it's actually very far off towards the right-hand side. It's looking more and more like a fake proxy pylon, more so than a real one. Or are we just blindly scouting? Wait, what? Huh. That's weird. So, bearing in mind that we do have only 2 pylons back over herO. herO, no probe scout out of herO, no probe scout out of Zoun. Zoun is blindly scouting for proxies, and herO is blindly going robo first. Okay, there's a lot going on here. A robo opener in such a way, this is meant to hard counter a proxy because you get defensive immortals very, very quickly. Defensive immortals, defensive war prisms. So if there was a one-base all-in coming his way, then herO would almost hard counter it. Because of this tech though, and because there's no one-base all-in, herO, he can turn this into a one-base all-in himself, right? He can throw down a 3rd gateway and just commit on 1 base. It's not ideal, but it's a way to make use of this. And yep, there it is, 3rd gateway, 1-base all-in. So herO, you know, when you have lemons, you know, make lemonade. Let's go. So we have our 3 gateways. Prism is on the way. Here he's going to commit on 1 base. Zoun expands. And Zoun has not scouted. Am I crazy? Yeah, Zoun, he sees nothing. He doesn't know what's going on. He hasn't even checked. At the natural, he's now moving in. Adept does move in. Likewise, Adept getting into the main base. A lot of 9 mining here. Losing 1, 2 probes. And Zoun confirms no expansion. He confirms there is no base, there is no expansion. That's going to be 3 probes going down across the map. Ay, ay, ay. And here comes that 1 base all-in from herO. There's that proxy pylon to reinforce across the map. And back at home, extra batteries. Zoun knows. Zoun, he scouted, he saw lack of expansion, he knows what's going on. Throws out extra shield batteries. Stargate into defensive void ray production out of Zoun. Let's go, baby, let's go. We're getting messy. Here come the Stalkers. Here comes the Sentry as well. Ooh, going for the Sentry, going for the Force Field. Oh no, he's going for the Force Field. Can he get there in time? Who reacts first? Yeah, Stalkers, they do try to move up the ramp. There's a Force Field. He gets locked out. He can always recall. He can try to recall into the main base. No energy. There's no energy for the recall. He can't recall in, and the force fields, they can continue. Yeah, they can continue. There's that recall. Dives into the main. The boys are being pulled. And we just moved down to low ground. You can move down. There's that force field once again. Ooh, dust round. Dust round, I believe, is sentry. Yeah, sentry gets caught. Stalkers, they cannot move down. Better movement here by herO. Does that position. Takes down the battery. You can micro back. The boys are being pulled. Can they get the Void Ray? Ah, not quite. Yeah, we'll lose one Stalker. Bit of miscontrol there by herO. Does lose a Stalker. Likewise, kiting back. Catching on 6, 7 workers. Ooh, really doesn't like that. That's stasis. Denies the stasis, but what's scary here is the amount of Stalkers we have preserved, right? There's a heavy Stalker count. We have how many? We have 15 Stalkers. That is insane. That can two-shot Void Rays. Obviously, there's no blink, so it's hard to dive in. Oh, stasis. Stasis has been thrown down. Does he notice? Oh no! Massive stasis! Okay! Stasis goes off. Zoun is holding. He's holding on Pappy. And here he has to get the hell out of here. He has to pull away. He has to respect these Void Rays. He's got to respect it. He can two-shot. Gets one Void Ray. Yeah, he gets one, and he still has enough. Yeah, stasis runs out. He still has more than enough. He will still overwhelm. Once again, sword control, sword micro. Preserving most of his units. Not all. And now it's just a Void Ray. Yeah, now it's just a Void Ray. Does go down, and with that herO, he has done it. He has broken the defensive line. Taking down the final Void Ray. GG gets called, and herO, he will take game number 1. GG. Whew. Hi. GG, well played, herO. He will take a lead in the series, and we'll see if Zoun can bounce back. A very chaotic game here. Zoun going for the blind scout, herO going for the one base all-in back at home after recognizing that there was no hidden proxy himself. Going for his own all-in, and Zoun was being greedy, going for his own expansion and Void Ray production as well. I would say the Void Ray production was stifled, of course, and herO had some amazing moves when it comes to his drop play, right? Going back and forth into the main, into the natural. The force fields were on point, did make for extra DPS out of herO, did make for some inefficient fights from Zoun, as for a lot of those engagements, Zoun, half his army, wasn't even able to engage, wasn't even able to fight due to those force fields. GG, well played. Do you remember Stanley Bulls playing against herO and taking some games from top players? I believe you're referring to the Wardy TV Team League. The Wardy TV Team League, where Stanley Bulls have been performing really well. They've been performing really well. It's still a brutal team league. They're doing well for themselves. And if you're curious about the 2v2s, it was Euthermal's 2v2 circuit. The Euthermal circuit. But here we go, spawning in the top left-hand corner of Mothership, we have the South Korean Protoss player. We have the Red Protoss. Oh. And the Red Protoss himself leading the series 1-0 for Team T1. It is herO. And spawning in the bottom right-hand corner, we have his opponent. We have the other South Korean Protoss player. We have the Blue Protoss representing onside. It is Zoun. Let's go. Let us go. As we are loading into Mothership. Mothership is a 3-player spawn map. You can spawn in bottom side, top left, and top right. herO, he is going to be scouting here on the right-hand side, so he will not find Zoun. And we'll see if this probe gets up to any shenanigans after confirming the lack of spawn location. For now, 2-gate opener back at home. 2-gate opener out of Zoun as well. So far, so good. Zoun also scouting top right. So they both will check the unfortunate location. We'll see the probe moving out as well. Might believe that it's coming for its own scout, actually. And here he veers off towards the left-hand side, and we are looking for a pylon. Yep, there it is. A pylon for herO. Going for the proxy. He's going for the proxy, going for the one base all in. Last game it was a one base all in from back at home. This time we'll commit into the proxy location. So different form, different variation. If you remember, because herO went for the proxy robo at home, there were no immortals. It was just a prism into gateway units across the map with the sentry, with the stalkers. This time we can go robo into immortal production. There's the robo. As it is closer, of course, to the main base of Zoun. No, Zoun looking to expand? Zoun, he sees nothing. He's scattered top right. He's checking for proxies on the right-hand side. Zoun is setting up for a Nexus. Oh, no. Zoun, he may come across the proxy in the center. We'll see the movement here of the worker. But a pylon on the low ground usually does mean expansion. He's going Stargate once again, similar to last game. So 2-gate open into the Stargate. Into what should be the Nexus. Yeah, there it is. Nexus on the way. Greed here by Zoun. And the depths are coming. And as they make their way in. From here they pull away, loading up, dropping into the main base. We have 4 adepts. Of course, 2 of them can one-shot workers. Void Rays in production. And the hope here is that Zoun can catch out the prism. Void is revealed. Shade to the subtide, shade away. 4 or 5 probes almost going down. We're still just commit in. Okay. We're going from where? Oh, the probes down. We come back too soon. He comes back too soon. More economic damage. Just shade to the low ground. Nothing here to kill. But he catches out the stalker instead, taking a lot of hull damage. Zoun getting pulled apart. Shading into the main once again. Ooh, doesn't wall off in time. Okay, don't commit. Doesn't quite commit. Behind this, just prism into observer. There's no immortal production. Just once again, mass gateway units across the map. Zoun's economy has been stifled. His army's lacking as a result. I believe he's getting up to a 2nd Void Ray. But here he can just break through. He's going for it. Force Field zones away the army. Does get locked in. Yeah, locks in the army. Nice juggling out of herO. Kites back. He will not lose a Stalker. Jesus. And GG gets called. herO overwhelms, and herO who'll claim the series 2-0, advancing on to the grand finals. GG. GG, well played. With that, herO, he will claim the series. He will advance on into the grand finals, and Zoun is knocked out of the tournament. An intense PvP, a lot of aggression from the side of herO, of course, a lot of aggression, a lot of cheese. But with that, herO will advance on, and we are now getting ready for our lower semi-finals. Let's go. Let us go. We're getting ready for our lower semis. It's going to be a PvT here between Classic and ByuN. Again, unfortunately, when it comes to Zoun's setup here, he was being quite greedy. Both game 1 and game 2, he was being quite greedy. When it comes to his expansions, again, he was taking the more economic route in that PvP, so he was always at the army disadvantage, and we saw that. Oh. Sorry, just setting up. Beautiful. We are setting up for our next semis. We're going to be loading into our next best of 3. Here we go. But again, so Zoun, he was always taking the more economic routes. He was always on the back foot when it comes to his army production, when it comes to his setup. We saw herO outmaneuvering, outmicroing as well. Some crazy moves, especially in game 1. But now we have a fresh series. Now we have our best of 3. Let's go. We're going to be loading into Classic versus ByuN. Bearing in mind, the winner of this series will face up against herO in the grand finals. It is single elimination, single limb. Let's go. As spawning in the top left-hand corner of Winter Madness, we have the South Korean Protoss player. We have the red Protoss representing Protoss Pro. It is Classic. And spawning in the bottom right-hand corner, we have his opponents. We have the South Korean Terran player. We have the orange Terran representing Shopify. It is ByuN. And if you're in the chat, you know what time it is. It is Gamba time. Predictions are open. Place your bets on who you think will claim the series. Best of luck in the chat as we delve into our TVP. Let's go. Whew. Let us go. As again, we had a very fast series when it came to herO versus Zoun. Here we should be slowing things down at least a little bit. We'll keep an eye on ByuN as he does approach. Bearing in mind the Classic, he is one of the best Protoss players in the world. He's top 2 alongside herO. Classic, of course, has his own strengths and weaknesses. I would say the Classic has some of the best late game PvT if he can get there. That's a big if though, because more often than not, we have players like ByuN looking to stop that from happening, looking to stop that late game. So we're expecting hyper aggression in the mid game out of ByuN, sometimes even earlier. So eyes are on our Terran. Likewise, very quickly as well as we get into our best of 3, if you're in the chat and if you want to help support the tournament, you can do so via Patreon, !Patreon in the chat. This tournament is fully funded via our Patreon, and we do have some stretch goals. We have some stretch goals to help grow the event even further, to be able to reach greater heights and greater prize pools. And the goal, of course, not just to increase the prize pool, but eventually to have monthly finals. Once again, we had monthly finals last year. Thank you so much, of course, all of our supporters to make that happen. We'll see if we can eventually get there this year as well, where we basically turn one of the weeklies into a monthly invitational for the top players that did perform throughout the month. So that was last year in September, October, November, December. We had like 4 months of monthly finals. So again, all supported via Patreon. Otherwise, oh, cheeky move here. So ranks expand, economic open out of ByuN, and this time following it up with his own Marauder. So concuss shell into Marauder. The goal here is to catch out any stray gateway units attempting to punish the economic start of ByuN. So ByuN, he wants to punish the punish. Here comes Classic. Oh, God damn it. As ByuN, he's going for a Rax Expand Marauder Opener into a 3cc 3 Rax with a Ninja expansion. Okay, ByuN. Okay. It's one of those days. You know what happened? You know what this is? This is the byproduct of the series against Rake. This if you were here earlier, you know, Pap, you know. Like, this is what happened. ByuN, he lost his mind. Oh god. Oh no. The brain has been broken. It's over, Pappy. It's over. Oh no. He was bantering a lot in the lobby coming into this game. There was a lot of banter with himself in Classic. Classic breaks in, he pulls away, of course does confirm the initial opener. Behind this we should be seeing another 2 Raxes. Yep, so again it's going to be 3cc 3 Rax out of ByuN. And there's no reason for Classic to ever scout this location, at least in the near future. ByuN. The mind has been lost. The world isn't ready for tea. Oh no. I need to play the STC. He was inspired, Pappy. Let me play like ByuN. True. Play like ByuN. When is going to be the next Thunderfire All-Star game? From my understanding, there are plans to make that an annual tournament, so I would not expect another big like offline Thunderfire event until next year. Obviously, there's no confirmation, but expect that to be like an annual thing, at most. So 2027. 2027. Have you played versus Ultra Infested Corruptor? Nothing brings out my TVZ balance wine like that composition. Are you like triggering the ghost copy pastas right now? Is that what you're doing? Is that true? The ghost copy pastas. As from here, ByuN, he's just building up his bio army. Remember, this was an economic opener. It was a faster TC. So ByuN is building up his bio. He's really secretly building up his own economy. Back at home, Classic staying on 2 bases, by the way. A big delay on the 3rd expansion, going for the Robo and the Bay before the 3rd. So a very safe play here by Classic. He's expecting aggression to come his way. And this will be building up towards like an early, like 3 Colossus timing here on 3 bases. Shocking around. Blindly looking for medevacs, looking for drop play. So we are being active. Does he check? No! Does he check the expansion? No, he's so close! He's so close, Pappy. Does spot the main army. They spot each other. CV's deflected. Curious if Classic is suspicious. No, he's checking! No, he finds it! He finds the ninja base! Yeah, the SCVs are gonna be shot. They're gonna be hunted down. ByuN is racing over to defend. That's gonna be 5, 6 SCV kills. Oh, 5 SCVs going down. Does get a stalker. And ByuN getting a 4th CC on location. Let's go. Let's go, Bobby. Let's go. Again, the greed out of ByuN. Yes, he lost 5 workers, but so far the base is getting saturated. So far he's maintaining the expansion. And remember, Classic had a very late 3rd base himself. So I feel like ByuN is going away with this. Yeah, the observer now confirms. He sees saturation. It's like, este ByuN, papi, este ByuN. Ay, ay, ay. And at this point, Classic can't do anything about it. And you might be looking at this, you might be saying like, hold up, what's happening with the supply? Remember, ByuN with the greedier opener, he just snowballs out of control in the mid game. He's sitting on 4. He wants that Colossus. He wants it, and he's gonna get it. Yeah, he sims on in. He's being overwhelmed. Classic as that is overwhelmed. He will lose everything. The Immortals, the Stalkers, the Colossus, and ByuN, he snowballs out of control. It worked, Pappy. The ninja expansion more than paid for itself. And with that Classic, he's down to what, 3 Stalkers, barely an army. Ay, ay, ay. As you mentioned, like, Classic was playing overly safe for Leon, wasn't able to punish, didn't know he needed to punish, of course. Was in the dark. And here comes ByuN. Rallying everything across the map. No battery, right? There's no shield battery here. There are some force fields available. There's a Guardian shield now being activated. Colossus does hold its own. Classic holding on. Nice kiting out of ByuN. Picks up some free zealots. Does catch the sentry. More zealots trickling in. And ByuN just needs to consolidate. Even here, like, he's out trading these charge bullets. You can see he wants a Colossus. He wants it. He sims forward. Settles for the Stalkers, gets all 3. Yeah, heavy losses there for Classic. Heavy losses. Losing all the sentries, losing all the Stalkers. Down to just 2 Colossus. 2 Colossi. And a handful of Zealots. Oh, let's go! We're all clowning, Pappy. We're all clowning. In honor of ByuN, Ninja Base. This should never come into play. ByuN should be able to overwhelm. He's up, what, almost 50 supply. We're having fun, Pat. We're having fun. Nice little run by. ByuN turns around. Yo, he F2s. ByuN, the F2s back home. SCV's gonna be falling. Classic double expanding. No shot. ByuN turns everything around, by the way. This is a big distraction. 7 SCVs and a big delay. Now, if ByuN gives Classic time, Classic can recover, but like no shot he gives him that time. Like ByuN still has a massive army, right? ByuN still has a massive army. ByuN can still A move. He can A move back. He doesn't even need to stim. So I'll say moving once again. ByuN doesn't turn around. Okay. Thankfully this time I spoke too soon. ByuN, he turned around for a moment. Turns around for a moment. We gotta lock in, Pappy. We gotta lock in. ByuN's almost maxed. Vikings, they go to town. They do catch first Colossus. Oh, Barely not. Colossus does survive. Okay. Classic. He's holding on. He's holding, Bobby. He maintains a Colossus. Does he recover in this game? No shot. No shot. Ninja base is getting up. The double expand is happening. I mean, again, we should soon be hitting critical mass of Vikings, right? We have 12, soon to be 13 Vikings. Like, there should be enough of a Viking count here for ByuN to just commit and just focus on the Colossus one after the other. Sims in, gets one. There go one Colossus, gets two, and gets three. Yeah, gets every single one. EMP lands as well, and ByuN he overwhelms. He breaks the main army. That was a bit of a copium here with the, with the ninja expansion, but alas, ByuN he still overwhelms, lands the Vikings, breaks the main army, and with that, GG. GG gets called, and ByuN takes game number 1. GG. Whew. GG, well played. With that, ByuN, he'll take a lead in the series. Again, cheeky builds here by ByuN, going for the ninja base, going for the ninja expansion, going for a 3cc, 3 racks, unscouted. Classic, he read it as a more aggressive build. That's why Classic, back at home, he went for a Robo and a Bay on 2 bases into Colossus before getting a third. Classic had a very late third base. That is why ByuN had a stronger mid game, because ByuN had a boosted economy. Meanwhile, Classic had a delayed economy. So that was best case scenario for ByuN. Best case scenario, Classic, he fell for it. He took the bait. He thought it was more aggressive. He thought it was more commitment by ByuN. And with that, ByuN does overwhelm. GG. Whew, GG, well played. And with that, where are our players going to take us this time? Yo, the banter. Oh my god. Classic, calm down. So Classic, he said to ByuN, wow, you really only use cheap builds. And ByuN is like, lol, he's like, lol, pure skill. Oh my god. Let's go, let's go. Calm down, Bobby, calm down. Hey, the cheap builds are working. But here we go, spawning in the bottom right hand corner. In the bottom right hand corner here, we have the South Korean Protoss player. We have the red Protoss representing Virtus Pro. It is a Classic. And spawning in the top left hand corner, we have his opponent. We have the South Korean Terran player. We have the orange Terran representing Shopify. It is ByuN. Here we go, as let's go. Again, Classic, he was calling ByuN out in the lobby chat, was calling him out, only using cheap builds. Now it's time to cheese, it's time to proxy. He's angry, Babby. Ah, let's go. Meanwhile, ByuN going for an economic opener, going for a Rax expand. Meanwhile, 2-gate setup here by Classic, opening up initially with Zealots into Stalker reinforcements. If ByuN goes for the low ground CC, ByuN is going to be in trouble here. Oh boy. And there's a high chance he will blindly go for the low ground CC. So it's all lining up here for Classic. Here we go. As the gas is just now being taken into avenge the Cyber Core. First, we'll have our first wave of Zealots, of course. And ByuN, does he blindly get a CC on the high ground? Oh, whoa, hold on. Single gas opener racks into factory here by ByuN. Okay. Interesting. So this is a bit of a safer start out of our Terran play here, going for a delayed CC. That will help him early on. We'll see if he does still try to expand on the low ground after this. Bearing in mind, ByuN, no SV Scout. No SV Scout, no Reaper Scout. Does go Marine first. The Marine should be checking the nearby proxy location here in the pocket. And here comes that command center. It's still going to be on the low ground, and that should be the target. Zealots are banking. There's that CC. You can see ByuN, he does check the nearby third location and checking the other third location as well. These are the more common proxy locations, but this is further out. Unscouted. And remember, this is going to be that target. Thankfully, it was a faster factory, so we do have some Hellion production, but against the Stalkers, I mean, Classic can still... Yeah, there it is. There's a cancel. Instant cancel. Switches into Widowmine production. Hellions will not help. Bunker's on the way, but this is a late reaction. Late scouts. A bunker should be denied. Yeah, there's a cancel. ByuN's in trouble. He needs those mines. Yeah, boys are being pulled. Is it too late? No, it's too late. The wall is broken. Yeah, the wall is broken. The boys are going down. Widowmines will burrow. They will try to zone away. Oh. One shot goes off. Yeah, one shot goes off. One shot left. Ideally wants to bait it out with the zealots. Can he bait it? Oh, there's your burrow. Yeah, it doesn't burrow, and the Widowmine, ooh, goes down. Massive pick off. 0 Widowmines left. Jeez, there's a question mark. GG gets called. We have the back and forth. We're going to the ace match. Let's go, Bobby. Let's go. GG, well played. Does it say with 2 gates, or is it going to be a 4 gate? 2 gate. It's 2 gate build here by Classic. Technically you can macro behind it. It's not as committed, it's not as all in as a 4 gate, bearing in mind that gases are taken with this to build up and to reinforce with those stalkers. And again, ByuN, it was a late scout, late realization, winding it back. Remember, no SCV scout by ByuN, no Reaper scout either. He went for low ground CC, so because of the lack of vision across the map, late reaction, late scouts, a really rough setup there for ByuN. He was trying to be cheeky with his Widowmines. Ideally he wanted to zone away those stalkers, but he was caught out. Oh. Okay, just getting into our lobby. Beautiful. But in the end, we saw that the Widowmines themselves were caught out. They were focused down. Very nice control there by Classic. And now we're getting into the ace match. Let's go. Let us go. Breaks into the main. And now we're getting to the ace match. It's been a very chaotic series. It's been very chaotic. Again, a lot of banter between the players. And now we're getting into the ace match. And it's ByuN's turn to cheese. True. It's his turn. As spawning in the bottom right hand corner of Ruby Rock. Hold on. Hold on. Gotta whip out the Google Translate. In the bottom right hand corner, we have the South Korean Protoss player. With the South Korean Protoss, we have the red Protoss. Oh. We have the red Protoss player himself representing Protoss Pro. It is Classic. As I mentioned, they've been bantering a lot this series. Hold on. Oh god, they're speaking too fast. Oh no. As in the top left hand corner, we have the blue Terran player, the blue Terran himself. We have the South Korean Terran for Shopify. It is ByuN. Oh god. ByuN, he said, if I'm not mistaken, I believe early on he said that he was lucky, and then Classic said report it. When it comes to the build, of course, like I think ByuN was calling Classic lucky. And Classic, oh, report it. And ByuN's like, if I look at the stream, I can see everything. And then they're just laughing at each other. Oh, so we do get the eBay block. Oh my god, they're so chatty today. Here we go. If there's a native Korean speaker in the chat, I'd love translations. I'm just relying on Google Translate. I'm just well, let's go. So ByuN, he did attempt to eBay block. He gets scouted. He gets shut down. So Classic is able to expand here on location. A better start for Classic. And let's go. Are we going for a proxy Stargate? Nah. Okay, we have the Cybercore back at home. No pylon coming in for the scouts. Does avoid the Reaper. True. Does avoid the Reaper. He gets across the map. It is going to be a high ground CC and a follow-up 3 racks setup here. So second and third racks is going to be an early stim timing out of ByuN. But again, they've been bantering the entire series, I think. And the probe gets a full scouts. The probe was able to bypass the Reaper, got into the main base, does confirm the CC, and does confirm the 3 racks. Classic sees everything. He sees all, he knows all, he throws down the pylon as well. This will delay the add-on, will force a pickup. There it is. Just being annoying. Technically delaying. He can't, he's crazy. Third CC? No shot. He cancels the third racks and he's going for a third CC. He's crazy. Oh my god. So the fake out of ByuN. Now, this is still a delayed expansion compared to game 1. Remember, game 1 he went for a third CC after the first racks. Here it's a third CC after the second racks, and it's also delayed because of the fake outs. So we're relying on mind games here. Basically, ByuN wants Classic to overreact. He wants Classic to overreact, over-respond, and get ready for a heavy sim timing that is not coming. And then ByuN can get away with a greedier build and then take a lead in the mid game. So a lot of mind games here. We'll see if it pays off. Yeah, Stalkers, they poke in. They chip away at the initial wall. They do chip away. Behind this, we have a bait before expand. If you remember, this is the same reaction that Classic had in game 1. It's the same reaction. With Classic, he's going for a very late third in favor of Colossus. And that means that ByuN can take he will take an economic lead. Stalker's going to be zoned away. Observer moves in. Coming in for the scout. ByuN, does he see? Oh, he sees! Or maybe not. Okay. Yeah, ByuN moves out. The observer's in position, but he does not check the main. Not yet. The Classic should recognize that the bio army is looking a little bit thinner than it usually should. Double eBay as well. Double eBay behind this. Behind the natural. Double upgrades. Classic, he has begun Colossus production. He has yet to go into the main. Again, you can see Classic is being overly safe, overly secure. Now he finally expands a much later third. And ByuN is making 3 SUVs at a time. Making 3 workers at a time. He has extra mules as well, so ByuN has a better economy. He has a boosted economy. And that translates in the mid game into a larger army. Typically. So yeah, rough setup here for Classic. Once again, Classic should be building up into 3 Colossus, and once again, ByuN will be building up into a heavy Marauder count. So Classic has some catching up to do. Setting up a proxy pylon to be able to harass. Now, I do like this. We have an earlier Warp Prism, so we're going for an earlier push. We need to move out, so we need to be aggressive. We need to make use of this army in some way. And hey, those earlier Colossus are now coming into play. So here comes that proxy. Here comes a push. We'll see if ByuN can hold. He's going to be holding on 2 bases. If he took his 3rd base early, he'd be spreading himself thin. And ooh, he is looking to expand. This is Classic's moment. This is it. This Classic is reinforcing. Here comes that Prism. Behind this, no charge. So it's going to be Stalker Colossus. Nice force fields. He looks down the army. Yeah, very nice force fields. Does size up all the Marines, and ByuN gets caught out. He gets caught out in the open. Yeah, caught out in the open. The bunker does not come into play, and Classic has done it. Classic, he has done it. He has broken the bunker. He has broken the natural. GG gets caught, and Classic, he will claim the series 2-1, advancing on to the grand finals. GG. No question marks this time. But GG, well played. Again, I would say that everything was working well there for ByuN, but he needed to stay on 2 bases himself. This is partially because he didn't see the move out. He didn't see the move out. He didn't see what was coming his way. He wasn't aware of the kind of capacity of Classic's army. Bearing in mind that in game number 1, Classic had a similar position, but he didn't push. Remember, he did not move out across the map. He did not push, which is why ByuN got away with the Ninja expansion. Here in game 3, Classic had eyes on the army. He got his War Prism out. He actually did make use of that army early on instead, and with that was able to overwhelm. GG. GG, well played. And again, ByuN, he was caught out in the open. And with that, we have our two finalists. We have our two finalists here. Exclamation mark, be in the chat to have a look at the pack yourselves. We are getting into our... We're getting into our final series. It's going to be a PvP as herO earlier, he took down Zoun 2-0. Classic takes down ByuN 2-1. And now we have our grand finals. It's going to be a best of 5 between herO and Classic. A matchup that you should be very familiar with. herO and Classic, they face off very often in these online tournaments, or just tournaments in general. They play very often, they go back and forth. I typically do lean towards herO in PvP, but the reality is that they go back and forth, right? It's like, even if I lean towards herO, it's like 60-40 sort of thing. So they often trade blows, they often go back and forth, and a lot of it comes down to how good are you feeling on the day. Meanwhile, now ByuN can rest. He can rest easy after having his brain broken earlier by Rake. Like he can, he can just lie down. He can rest. Calm down, ByuN. Calm down. Aye. GG. Also, before I forget, it is time for what? It is that time of the tournament. It's time of the week for La Rifa. Let's go, baby, let's go. It is going to be a raffle time here. For those who may be a little bit newer to the tournament, every single week during the Sparkling Tuna Cup, we have something special here. We have the random raffle. This is a participation raffle for all the players. For all the players that did compete here this week, all of them are equally eligible for 5 USD. Nothing crazy, nothing wild. It's just a way to spread the love, to let the players gamba pappy in their own way. Bearing in mind that the requisite, of course, is to sign up, check in, and play. If you forfeited in the first round, you are ineligible for the random raffle. So who's ineligible this week? herO, for example. herO, he forfeited in the first round. Geralt, the Polish Protoss player, he also forfeited in the first round. So Geralt and herO, they are both ineligible for the raffle. Outside of that, everyone has an equal chance to earn some extra prize money. Let's go. Whew, let us go. So very quickly here. Beautiful. Just setting up. And this week, our random raffle winner is... I don't even know if you can hear the drum roll. But here it is. Oh, congratulations. Congratulations to Rebellion. Rebellion, the Korean the Protoss are winning everything. We have a PvP finals and we have a Protoss player winning the random raffle as well. Este Rebellion, the Korean Protoss, does walk away with 5 USD. Shout out to, I can see the runner-ups there, Roxas, Shameless, Ateshi, Lelix, and Rake. Oh, there's Rake. But congratulations. Congratulations to Rebellion. Hashtag rigged in the chat, as always. Yeah, as always. As Rebellion, not the first time he's won a random raffle, by the way. Not the first time. But congratulations, does walk away with something. When it comes to Rebellion's performance here, let me just quickly double check. Where did he get knocked out? Let's have a look here. Rebellion, he... got knocked out by Strange in the round of 16. You can see there's Rebellion 2-0'd Troy Galaxy, and then Strange 2-0'd Rebellion in the round of 16. So it did go down a little bit earlier in the brackets, but hey, earns 5 USD. GG. GG, well played. And with that, we're now getting ready for our grand finals. Vetoes are done, and game 1, the map has been set. We're loading into Tourmaline. Let's go. Let us go. We are going to be loading into our grand finals here and spawning in the bottom left-hand corner of Tourmaline. We have the South Korean Protoss player. We have the Red Protoss representing T1. It is herO. And spawning in the top right-hand corner of Tourmaline, we have the other South Korean Protoss player. We have the Blue Protoss representing Virtus Pro. It is a classic. And if you're in the chat, you know what time it is. It is Gamba time. Predictions are now open. Place your bets on who you think will claim the series. Best of luck in the chat as we delve into our PvP. Un momento. Okay, here we go. Just making sure the predictions opened up. Yeah, they're open, they're open. I heard drums. One of these days I'll buy like a little set of bongo drums, and then we can use that. We can use that when use that for the raffle. Always rigged. All those pro player names taken in Brood War, why do they have the SE2 fonts? If you're referring to when players get their IDs, some of them do get them in Brood War. Others are a little bit newer, of course, to StarCraft. There are some players that had certain IDs in Brood War and they changed when they went to StarCraft 2. Changed their IDs. Like ByuN wasn't ByuN in Brood War. I mean, he wasn't even ByuN in StarCraft 2, right? Like, wasn't he Ghost King in the beginning? And even before that, he was he was like the Korean word for boogers, right? Or is that innovation? I confuse the two. I think it was either innovation or ByuN that had the Korean word for boogers in the beginning. One of the two. Let's look it up. It was bogus. That's it. That's it. Innovation. That's what I was thinking of. It was bogus. Yeah. Changed over time. Embraced their ID. As a selling try PV, sorry, I was kind of glossing over it. Two get opener here by Classic, going for a faster expansion. Meanwhile, herO back at home going for a 2-get opener into Stargate into a delayed Nexus. So I should say Classic will have the greater economy. herO does have the greater army, does catch out the first Stalker. Oh no! Yeah, first Stalker does barely pull away in time. We have reinforcements on the way going mass sentry. Head up does shade into the main. And there's with the NG overcharge, Classic will make a stand. He will defend, he will hold on. Locking down the army, gets a Stalker, gets one. Oh, they trade 1-1. The boys, they lock down the Stalker. Very nice. A better trade here for Classic, but he will lose 3 probes in the process. Bearing in mind the Classic, he had workers to spare. Remember, Classic, his base is already done. herO's is still finishing. So Classic already had the higher worker count. He already had the better economy. Classic still has a worker lead. The pressure's on herO, the pressure's on the Oracle. Again, this Oracle needs to get economic damage done. herO making his way into the main. Does rotate over. Does make his way in. Okay, the Oracle pokes in. Pulls away. 2 probe kills in the main. Ooh, shades into the natural, gets 3. 3 probes falling, and definitely going to be focused down. At the same time, we have double Oracle. Remember, they can also one-shot workers. Are we going for the sentry? Oh. Going for the mineral line. Gets 1, 2, 3. Oh, 3 extra workers. 6 in total. Not bad. Yeah, 6 probes go down. With that, here he does take a worker lead. And behind this, going into DTs. Okay. I mean, there is 0 detection. Ooh, but doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. All this harass has been great and all, but again, it's been Adepts, it's been Oracles. Meanwhile, Classic's main army, he is overwhelming, he's pushing out across the map. It's going to be 7 Stalkers to 2. Only 2 Stalkers, no batteries are ready. herO, he's not ready for this. He's been spending everything harassing. He has nothing to defend. Yeah, herO, he barely has an army. Baits out the stasis. There's 1 more stasis behind this. Force Wheels, he looks him down. He looks down the Stalkers, gets 1. Going for the sentry as well. And again, herO, he's woefully underprepared. There's just nothing here. He's forced to pull the boys. Boys are being pulled. Probes are going down. There's still 1 stasis behind this that has potential. Does Classic notice? Ooh, dies with the Oracles. They get focused down. The Dark Shrine is done. DTs are spawning in across the map. Bold move. He's going for the DTs. Robo still on the way. Can herO win the game? Can he win the game with Dark Templar? He's dying at the natural. If herO can focus on that Robo, if he can get into the main base, deny the detection, and defend the ramp, then maybe. Oh, the force field. No, he no shot the force field. He force fields in time. DTs that don't get in. The robo's almost done. Yeah, the robo's almost complete. Defensive DT back at home. 10 probes going down. We have the re-wall. Dark Templar trying to make its way through. He's almost in. Classic turns around. Oof. The Observer's on the way. The Observer's on the way. Ah, there's a force field once again, stopping the DT. Doesn't get into the mineral line. He doesn't get in. Detection has arrived, and with that, Classic holds. Yeah, Classic, he will hold, he will defend. Classic, he's on 3 expansions. As ETs, they get 2 more probes. A couple more workers. There's 1 more Dark Temple on the right-hand side. But Classic has a massive army. That's the thing. Like, when it comes to the worker counts are actually quite close. herO does have his own 3rd base, which is now his natural, I suppose. He has 2 bases up and running, now claiming another expansion, but the army is non-existent. herO, he has 4 stalkers. He has no blink. Classic, he has a massive amount of blink stalkers pushing across the map, and this time he has detection. This time he has the Observer. The one chance here would be if herO were to use Revelation. If he could like reveal the Observer, snipe it, and then defend with DTs, then maybe he can try to elongate the game. But outside of that, my guys, it's not gonna happen. Classic does move in. Pushing into the main. The force field as well. He's locked out. There's no recall. There's no recall available. He's locked out of the main, and boys are being pulled. Another force field. At the same time, the Oracle does get across the map, but herO, sorry, like Classic, he's backing him to defend. He has units. He has an army. And Classic, he's doing it. Oh my god. Nice stasis traps. It's great, but it's too little too late. It's too little too late. Once again, another force field, locking down the Stalkers. Blinks in, GG gets called, and Classic takes game number 1. Whew, GG. GG, well played. Again, Dark Templar, they had some potential, but as we saw, Classic, it was so quick to react, so quick to respond, to fully wall off the entrance into the main, to buy enough time for the Robo, to buy enough time for the Observer, and once Classic had detection, that was game then and there. Winding it back, to be fair, herO was in a really rough position because if you remember, he was spending so much supply harassing the Adepts, the Oracles. So many of his units were being killed off, killing a handful of probes, not really enough to justify it, and throughout all of that, Classic was building up his army, building up his Stalkers to a critical mass. It was also, a Tourmaline, smaller map as well, moved across the map. GG. GG, well played, was able to move out, was able to overwhelm, and herO had nothing to defend. He had the bare minimum amount of units, he was broken, and the Hail Mary play with the Dark Templar. The Hail Mary, pappy. GG. And with that, we're getting into game number 2. Going to be loading into Mothership. But a very chaotic game 1. Very chaotic. Spawning in the top left-hand corner. Top left-hand corner here of Mothership, we have the South Korean Protoss player. We have the South Korean Protoss. We have the red Protoss representing T1. Down in the series, we'll see if he can bounce back. It is herO. And spawning in the top right-hand corner, we have his opponent. We have the blue Protoss player. The blue Protoss himself, the South Korean Protoss. It is Classic. Representing Virtus Pro, leading the series 1-0. And also, just, as a fun fact, I did just look it up because I was pretty sure those ByuN had an ID previously that was a little bit more odd. I was thinking it was boogers, but it was bogus. It was innovation. ByuN, he used to be called Excrement, which is interesting. I remember when he played in GSL. And I think he was under that ID when he played in GSTL as well, but in our early Wings of Liberty. I think it might have just been GSL when he was on X. ByuN. SMH, my head. It was that, and then he became Ghost King Prime, I believe. That was, of course, after Nex. Sorry, after Zenix. So after Zenix, he joined Prime. But yeah, long time ago. Otherwise, So settling in. We're going to be settling in here. For now, we do have herO scattered on the bottom side of the map. Once again, we have a hyper greedy build here by Classic going gate expand. Oh my god. So hyper greed out of our blue Protoss player. Meanwhile, herO doing something similar as well. 2 gate. He goes for a 2 gate opener into Nexus. Sorry, I should say gate expand as well. Or was this Nexus first? Whoa. Okay, never mind. Nexus first out of herO. Gate expand out of Classic. Both greedy builds. Both greedy builds. Greedy in their own way. herO greedier than his opponents just by that much. It's all about that greed or mothership. True. With the Stargate follow-up at a Classic, bearing in mind that hero's Cybercore is delayed just because he went for the 2 gate follow-up instead of just the 1 gate. Remember, Classic, he went for a gate Cyber, so he has faster attack. So Classic has a faster Stargate. We'll see if herO goes Stargate as well. Opening up Stalker. Classic now moving in. herO, he was able to get full eyes on his opponents. herO knows that he does have that economic lead, and he also knows that we're getting into a more economic game, into a longer game state. Did also scout the Stargate. He knows. herO, he's fully aware. He's fully aware. 1 probe does go down. Gets 1. Gets 2. Nice pickles at a Classic, bearing in mind the Classic has an economic, or had an economic disadvantage. Now it's even up the probe count. So nice damage there with the Adept. Stalkers move out. herO, he needs to be ready for the Oracle though. Remember, the Oracle is coming. Okay, does warp in. Warps in back at home. Getting in position. Classic moves in. herO is in position. Remember, he did scout the Stargates. We have a Void Ray follow-up. Interesting. Classic afraid of an all-in. Gets 1. Gets 2. Had 2 probes, and we'll take some hull damage. Ooh, a lot of hull damage. Does barely get away. Does pull out. Does pull away. And, ooh, does overextend, actually. Nice pick off here by herO. Very nice. Bearing in mind that there was only 1 Oracle, despite the Stargates. It was a Void Ray follow-up, not a second Oracle. So no harassment options or opportunities here for a Classic. Just building up into bases, getting his own robo, and we'll see who's going to be the first player to expand. Hello, Classic. Classic moves out to herO. He is likewise fanning out his units. Staying on 2 bases, throwing down extra gateways. Jesus, oh my god, calm down! I mean, he doesn't know if there's a second Oracle, right? Doesn't know. herO's on patrol. Void Ray is revealed. Oh. Yeah, can trade. Doesn't quite get the Stalker. Nice control by herO. He pulls back. We're building up to how many gateways? I believe 4. Yes, so 4 gate blink out of herO. Prism is on the way, so herO is going to commit with Mass Blink Stalker. Meanwhile, Classic, he's going into Immortal Glaive Adepts. Technically, this can scale a little bit better in the mid game, but it takes longer to really get going. We have to build up that Immortal count. He's got 1 Immortal so far. If you're curious, the Adepts are built to tank, right? The Adepts, ideally, they tank shots, they tank Starcraft shots. Sorry, Starcraft? Stalker, let's say. They can tank Stalker volleys. Time to get spotted. He blinks into the Immortal. Oh god! Gets 1. Gets 1 Stalker. Better trade here for herO. Prism has arrived. Remember, he has 4 gateways behind this. herO supply blocked. Oh. Yeah, brutal supply block. He throws out extra pylons. herO, he's banking resources. Does miss some warp-ins, but he's pushing in. Gets a battery. Does get a battery at the same time. Void Ray into the main base. Adepts towards a 3rd. herO does recall back. Wants that Void Ray. Remember, one of the reasons why he recalled was because he was supply blocked, so he couldn't defensively warp in. Couldn't warp in back at home. So he recalls, deal with the Void Ray. Now moves out. So Classic is buying time for extra Immortals, now up to 3. Remember, the longer this goes on, the heavier the immortal count is going to be. herO rotating on the right. Prism towards the natural. Oh. Pokes in, pulls away. Drop into the mineral line, not bad. It gets 1, it gets 2. 3 probes going down. 4. Ooh, this is getting out of hand. 5, 6. We don't pull away the probes. Yeah, it doesn't pull away the workers. Shades into the main. More economic damage. Stalkers, they push in towards the natural. And Classic is being pulled apart. Very nice force field. Zones away the army. Prism did overextend. Wait, no, not Prism. Prism is one that was in the main. As Prism does pull away in time. Again, that's 9 probe kills. Now cashing the Cyber Core. Nice pick off. Takes on the core. Behind this, we force into a Dark Shrine. Oof. Went behind a Dark Shrine. Let's go, baby, let's go. 2 games this series, and twice we're seeing DTs. herO, he has his own robo. He has access to detection. He already has the observer. Here he does bypass the main army. Ooh, does not see the Dark Templar though. Doesn't spot it. Unscouted DTs, they can wreak havoc. They can pop off. Classic is moving in. Does move in. Does push in towards the 3rd. herO coming in from behind, looking for a surround. And DTs, they get into the main. Yeah, they get into the main base. Probes are falling. We do get a full surround. He gets 1, he gets 2. Yeah, it's focusing down the Immortals. They're going to be there. They're going to be targeted. Cashing out all 3 Immortals. And herO, he will win this main fight. At the same time, though, DTs, they're still trying to wreak havoc, going for the pylons. Is it enough damage? It doesn't look to be the case. Yeah, it's not good enough. There were no DTs in the natural. Yeah, it did not split them up. So far, not enough damage. Remember, herO, he's up in expansion. They are still being annoying. And he's going for the main? Okay. He's going for the main. Can he kill? Oh my god. Yeah, does side the main. Recalls back home. Saves all 3 Dark Templar. Oh no, the Prism. Prism gets caught out. And herO still has a lead. herO still has a terrifying army. He's got Stalkers, he has Mass Immortal, he still has his own 3rd up and running, and now looking to reclaim his own main. Not even. Yeah, just pushing across the map. herO, he has the army supply lead. And remember, Classic, he lost every Immortal across the map. Back at home, he has 1. He has 1 Immortal left. That's a massive warp in. Yeah, we got the slow lots. Here he breaks out across the map. Blinks on forward. And he will focus down. He gets the Archon. Gets the Prism. Oof. Yeah, pushing through into the Immortal, and there's just not enough here. There's just no supply here for Classic. He's being overwhelmed. Does not have enough. He wants that Immortal. Does barely focus it down. And with that, herO, he just almost out of control. GG gets called, and herO, he will tie up the series 1-1. GG. Whew. GG, well played. Will tie up the series. We'll tab the series here, and we have it back and forth. Bearing in mind, it's still best of 5, right? It's still best of 5, but this was a very chaotic game nonetheless. Remember, how did this game begin? herO went Nexus first, Classic went Gate Expand, hyper greedy openers, but Classic, his follow-up was lackluster, referring to his Stargate. The Oracle Harass did kind of fall on its face. herO, he was able to build up his 2-base setup, expand, claim his 3rd. Classic was forced into a 2-base all-in with a heavy Immortal count, and yeah, in the end, he was overwhelmed. He was shut down. GG. GG, well played. With that, we're going to be getting into game number 3. We'll see who can take a lead in the series as we load into Winter Madness. Let's go. Let us go. Yeah, the slow lot's back. As our players are getting ready. Let's go. Let us go. So we're going to be loading into Winter Madness, one of the larger maps of the map pool. Because it's so large, it is prone to proxies, right? There's a lot of proxy locations available for both players. On Mothership, we had Hyper Greed. Here, I'm leaning towards Hyper Aggression. Show us what you got. Show us what you got. As spawning in the bottom right hand corner of Winter Madness, we have the red Protoss player. We have the South Korean Protoss representing T1. It is herO. And spawning in the top left hand corner, we have his opponent. We have the South Korean Protoss player, the other South Korean Protoss, the blue Protoss representing Virtus Pro. It is Classic. Let's go. Whew, let us go. So we are settling into game number 3. We're tied up 1-1. Gateways get thrown down back at home. There's no crazy Nexus first. Not this time. And eyes are on our workers. herO moves out. So does... Oh, sorry. Classic moves out. So does herO. Here he veers off towards the right-hand side. Classic going for the scout instead. Yeah, very fast scout across the map. He will confirm the 2-gate opener of his opponent. And herO, he does stay in the center. You have my attention. Stays in the center of the map. This is technically on herO's half of the map, technically, but we still have seen many proxies and one-base all-ins, even from your own half of the map. That's how animalistic Protoss players have been as of late. There's the pylon. Probe does stick around. Of course, waiting for the Cyber Core. Based on this location, looks like a proxy robo. Stargate play is usually a little bit closer to the edge. Cyber Core still finishing. Back at home, Classic throws out his own pylon in the main. Standard setup at a Classic. Classic, he knows that a pylon is missing. He's aware. And there it is, proxy robo, one base all in. So one base all in at a herO. He's committing, Pat. Ooh, meanwhile, solid read at a Classic. Bearing in mind, Classic, he doesn't scout it. Like, he doesn't know what is being proxied. It could be real, it could be fake, it could be Stargate, it could be Robo. Classic blindly is going for his own defensive Robo. We spoke about this previously in today's broadcast, but blind defensive Robo here is supposed to blind counter an all-in, a one-base all-in. So he will have his own defensive immortal production. So a very nice call here from Classic. Defensive immortal, also defensive war prism. There it is. Prism is on the way. Oh, he scouts. Yeah, Classic, he does confirm the robo. He knows. He's now fully aware. Adepts, they do sneak out across the map, but ideally looking to shade into the main. Looking to shade in. Based on the heavy sentry count, it looks like a massive gateway army here for herO. No immortals. I spoke too soon. There we go. Immortals on the way. He's going to double down. Classic getting his own defensive immortal. And it comes down to positional play. It comes down to control. It comes down to micro. As hero's dropping into the main. He's head for the main base. Classic, he has to rotate over. Does react. We'll lose one probe so far. And we're just warping straight in. Oof. It does warp straight into the mineral line. Probe's going to be going down, getting up to 3, getting up to 4 probes. Oh my god. It's getting out of hand. It's getting out of hand here. 6 probes going down. herO takes a massive economic lead. And herO loses what, 2 adepts? Only 2 adepts. Shading in once again. We'll lose one more. Yep, shades into the mineral line, denies mining. Remember, there's only one base mining here. This is brutal damage. He's not done. He's getting more. Oh god. This is game-ending damage. This is critical damage here. It's 10 probes going down. Classic, he's all in. He's forced all in. He failed to defend. He's losing everything across the map. 14 probe kills. And he's all in. herO, he has to abandon the proxy. Pulling back to his main. We got the battery. We have the stalkers. herO, can he recall? Nice, force to trade. Ooh, massive catch for Classic. He gets one, he's gonna get both. Prism is coming in. Saves one. Does at least save one. Classic still committing. What do we have to work with? Both players have one Immortal, but herO's is across the map. He can specifically go for the pylons. He can go for the pylons. He can try to depower gateways. But I would argue that he's needed back at home, to be honest. Does at least force offensive warp ins. The pylon goes down, depowers. Ooh. Yeah, depowers the gateways. herO, he's making pieces. That's all he can make. He's in the mineral line. I don't think that really matters, to be honest. There's no economy anyway. There's the recall. Does recall Phoenix, they can't lift. He gets one. Oh, he tries to get one. The boys are being pulled. Phoenix is targeted down. We have a second lift. Do you have a second lift available? So far, herO's holding on. He's holding onto the ramp. Batteries on the way. Nice juggling out of herO. Does lift the Immortal, breaks through, and herO's holding. Yeah, herO, he's holding on. Does focus on the Prism. Prism goes down. GG gets called. Whew. And herO does take game number 3. GG. GG, well played. Risky moves out of herO, by the way. Risky moves. I mean, he did force defensive warp ins. That was an advantage, of course, but it was a risky maneuver nonetheless. He was barely holding on back at home. Did end up losing his first Phoenix, but did actually push the army back. I do appreciate that he pulled the boys, making use of his workers. He had a massive worker lead. He could afford to lose them. He could afford to throw them away, so he did pull the boys, did tank a little bit with those probes. Was able to hold, able to defend, able to survive. GG. Whew. And with that, herO's up 2-1. He's up 2-1, and now we're getting into game number 4. Let's go. Let us go. 8-18 though. The working hunts didn't necessarily matter there just because the gateways were being depowered. It was all about the main army control. It's all about the main army. So here we go. We're getting into game number 4. And spawning in the bottom right hand corner of 10,000 feet, we have the South Korean Protoss player. We have the red Protoss representing T1, leading the series 2-1. It is herO. And spawning in the top left hand corner, we have his opponents. We have the blue Protoss player, the blue Protoss himself, representing Virtus Pro. It is Classic. Here we go. As we load into 10,000 feet, 10,000 feet having a very short rush distance by ground. Aggression is typically favored here on this map, and we'll see who is going to be the aggressor. Does anyone proxy? And how does Classic handle himself? Winding it back, remember, Classic, he was meant to have the tools to he had the tools to defend. He had his 2 gateways, he had his robo, but again, Classic, he was torn apart by the Adepts. The Adepts, they just did critical damage. Remember, they killed, what, 14 probes across the map. It was just far too much. That was game-winning damage. That's what forced you all in. But again, that should not have happened to begin with. So just a really rough defensive setup there by Classic. Last game doesn't bode well. We'll see if he can recover and force the ace match. Bring us to game 5, Bap. Bring us to game 5. As we have a 2-gate opener out of herO, likewise 2-gate opener out of Classic. herO does veer off towards the left-hand side, setting up for a proxy pylon. Now, this location looks a little bit more like a proxy Stargate. It's a little bit further away, so it's closer by air, further away by ground. So it looks like a proxy Stargate, but you never count herO out when it comes to proxy robo, even in inefficient locations. Again, looks like a proxy Stargate, but we'll keep an eye on herO. Cybercore is almost done. Classic scouts. Classic once again confirms that a pylon is missing. And there's that Stargate. Now, Proxy Stargate is not a one-base all-in. Bear that in mind. It's an aggressive build. True, it is very aggressive. It's designed to do economic damage, opening up Oracle first, but typically you expand. Like, herO should be expanding behind this. Meanwhile, ooh, Classic, he does overreact, going for his own Robo. We spoke about this last game. This Robo opener is meant to hard counter. It's meant to be a safer way to open up against a perceived all-in. But it's not an all-in. Oh, he scouts! Oh, he does scout, he does confirm, he does get eyes on the Stargate. And he's heading over to depower. Wow, he scouts the Stargate, is making his way over here. A rough start for herO. He gets seen, he gets scouted, and now Classic can turn this into a one-base all-in. Third gateway, one base all-in at a Classic. There's a cancel on the Stargate. herO, he's in trouble. Going for his own Robo, his own gateway. So one base versus one base. Classic does have the production advantage, as his Robo is already done. And the Prism is on the way. More Prism is on the way. Stalker taking a little hull damage. As herO pulls out, getting his own defensive War Prism. And we'll see if he can hold. See if he can hold on. Remember, the economies are neck and neck. The production is even. It's just Classic has a slight edge on that when it comes to earlier Prism, the earlier gateways. Here he attempts to shade into the main. So far, Classic is keeping up. And here comes that Prism. With help of the force fields, he can try to zone away herO out of position. herO does look to make a stand. There's that first force field. Oh, yeah, here he's going to be careful. Does pull away, bearing in mind the Classic does have the greater Stalker army. We have Immortals on the way for herO, though. He has to buy a little bit more time. Ooh, bit of miscontrol. One sentry gets picked off. That should not have happened. Oh, okay, does lose the other. Sun does save the sentry. Cybercore taking a lot of hits. Edepset racing back home to defend. They come in from behind. Sentry does go down. Nice sweep off there by herO. Oh, no, sorry. It was saved. Sentry was saved. Oh. Can decent juggling. Edepset make their way into the mineral line. Now we're getting up to 2 Immortals. Classic, is he taking too long? herO, he is supply blocked. Yeah, workers are falling. herO now taking an economic loss. Cybercore is going to be focused down. The Immortals are very low. Yeah, the Immortals are low. Cybercore goes down. herO, he does need to build back up. As the production is falling. Yeah, one after the other. Losing the Cybercore, now losing the gateway. herO trying to break out, trying to engage. Decent force field. Again, just zoning back the army. Edepset trying to make the way across the map. Oh no, the Immortal! Jesus. The Immortals are so low. There's 3 Immortals now. Oh no! A very clutch micro. 1 gateway gets depowered. As herO's breaking out, he's got his 3 Immortals. Is that enough? Yeah, with the help of 3 Immortals here, he breaks out. And Classic, alas, he was not able to stop for that Immortal count. Classic's in trouble. Classic is in trouble. herO, he survived long enough to build up to critical mass of Immortal. He survived. Now moving out across the map. Again, he has to be careful. There's a lot of Stalkers back at home. herO, he cannot lose his Prism. Going for 1 base Disruptor. Bay's on the way. Meanwhile, Classic going into 1 base Phoenix. Yeah, the Phoenix has arrived. And we're going to have to recall. Yeah, recall's back home. Phoenixes, they can counter Immortals, as you can, of course, lift them up. Classic can CC. But that's still a hit. That's still 4 Immortals, though. How many Phoenixes does he have? Only 2. Only 2 Phoenixes. Here is pushing. As he pushes, we have Classic coming from behind. Okay, here he does pull back. Spots the Observer. So let's chase the Observer. Armies are posturing. Oh! Phoenix gets spotted. As Hero moves out and chases the Phoenixes, we have Classic moving in. Oh. Classic is going straight for the main. Going straight for the main base. Hero's out of position. Classic moves in. Hero forces to turn back around. Again, he's racing back home. And we're catching a unit here. Probes are being pulled. Immortal does pull back. Nice, very nice force field. There's no recall. Yeah, there's no energy for a recall. No energy for a recall. Boys are being pulled. Immortal goes down. Massive pickoff here for Classic. Hero trying to move in. Prism is exposed. And the Prism is going to be targeted down just barely. Again, this may be best case scenario for a Classic, but he doesn't have enough. Yeah, Classic still doesn't have enough here. 15 probes go down. He does cripple the economy, but Classic has no army. And here comes the counterattack. We're just pushing. We're just Sorry, Hero, he still has a massive army here. Failed to defend. Did lose almost everything. But we spoke about it last game. The economy may not matter here because Hero's all in. Hero's all in, and this army cannot be stopped. Yes, the longer the game goes on, the better it's going to be for Classic, but the game is not going to last long. It's not going to last long here. Classic, he warps in across the map. We're just going for the base trade. We're going for the base trade. And the issue is that in a base trade, Immortals, they do so much damage to buildings. Like, the buildings should fall faster. Classic, he does have a probe out on the map. He can throw down a ninja base. Defensive Void Ray. Gets a Stalker. Uh-oh. We have to look after our Stalkers. The Stalkers, 1, 2, 3 Stalkers going down. There's 2 Stalkers left. The Void Ray. We have to protect them, Bappy. Yeah, there's 2 Stalkers left. Yeah, a lot of miscontrol there from Hero. As Hero, he was inattentive. That 1 Void Ray can win the game, by the way. That 1 Void Ray with 3 Stalker kills. As the main is full, and these are the final buildings for Hero. These are the final buildings. Hero, he does save some workers. He can throw down a pylon or a gas geyser. I would say it's wise to get a gas geyser just because it's cheaper. Actually, Classic turns around. A Void Ray. Oh, he wants those Stalkers. Again, the win condition. If Classic can kill these Stalkers, he can win the game. He's racing back home. Classic, he may have just done it. He may have just done it. I appreciate the hallucinations. Again, Hero just wasn't paying attention. He wasn't paying attention. Hero does have extra boys to tank. 1 Stalker gets caught. Yeah, 1 Stalker goes down. Massive pickup. 1 Stalker left. 1 Stalker left. And 2 sentries. The Void Ray reigns supreme. Bearing in mind, Classic still has this pylon and this pylon here on the right-hand side. So he still has 2 pylons. I would say the best chance that Hero has is to try to catch out those pylons and focus them down. That's the best chance that Hero has. So he still has a chance to maybe make this work, but in a head-on fight, we have to favor Classic. Assuming he doesn't throw away the Phoenixes. But even here, he can just lift everything. He can just lift every anti-air unit. Like, once the fight starts, he should just lift the Stalker. And that's it. Lifts the Stalker. Stalker gets lifted. Void Ray goes ham. And with that, even with the Immortal Army, I mean, he does get the pylon. He wants it. He wants that final pylon. Can he get it? Oh, no. He gets lifted. The final pylon. He's trying to dive. He's trying. He doesn't have the DPS. Doesn't have the DPS. Every Immortal gets focused down. Doesn't get close. And with that, GG gets called. Classic, he will take game number 4. We're going to the ace match. GG. GG, well played. A desperation move there by herO, trying to rush past and trying to dive on that final pylon, but he got lifted, he got shut down. Again, there's a chance that herO could have won this game, but when it came to the base trade, herO, he wasn't looking at his army. The boys were pulled, and herO, he lost 3 Stalkers. He lost 3 Stalkers in the middle of the base trade to probes and to that 1 Void Ray. He just wasn't paying attention, and losing those 3 Stalkers meant that now there was a win condition for Classic, was take down the anti-air. Take down the anti-air, and then he could just shut down herO. GG. GG, well played. With that, we're going all the way to game number 5, and we're going to the ace match. Let's go. Here we go. herO was ahead when before being caught out in the middle, and again before the Void Ray. Yes, there were two moments. I'm focusing a lot on herO losing his Stalkers in the main base in the middle of the base trade, but the other big moment, as you mentioned, was also when herO was across the map and when he had no energy for a recall. Remember, he had no energy for the recall. herO was far ahead, but he was outpositioned. Right, herO was outpositioned. He did not spot Classic's army, and with that, GG. Now we're making it all the way to game number 5, the final game of the series here. It's going to be on the Old Republic. Let's go. Let us go. But a crazy finale to the game. Again, he was just trying to brute force his way towards the pylon. Almost got there. And let's go. We're getting into the ace match and spawning in the top right hand corner here of the Old Republic. We have the South Korean Protoss player. We have the red Protoss representing T1. It is herO. And spawning in the bottom left hand corner, we have his opponent. We have the blue Protoss player, also from South Korea, representing Virtus Pro. It is Classic. Let's go. Let us go. This week must be the spicy Tuna Cup. See, the spicy Dongwon. Ay. But we've made it here to the grand finals, to the ace match as well. It all ends here. It all ends on the Old Republic. One way or another, we will crown our champion. Is it going to be herO? Is it going to be Classic? As we mentioned at the beginning of this series, these two go back and forth. I do typically lean towards herO, but it could go either way, and it still can go either way. These are the 2 best Protoss players in the world, and one of them will walk away as the Tuna champion. The big Tuna Pappy. Let's go for the week. Again, if you may be tuning in for the first time, this is a weekly tournament. Every single week we host the Tuna Cup. Has been running for many years. It's the longest running Open Cup out there, longer running than the WarDCP Monday or the Monday Night Weekly or the KSL or Pigastar Cup. Longest running Open Cup out there. Long time, Pappy, long time. And again, it's great to see that we're getting, the attention of the top players in the world as well, mainly from the land of Korea. We do get some Europeans. This event does typically start a little bit earlier for Europeans, so it's only for the non-degens. Like players like Max, Clem, they usually stay up a little bit longer. Like they usually sleep a little bit longer, I should say. So waking up for Tuna Cup, it's a tough ask. It's a tough ask. But we do get like players like Showtime every now and then, Skilless. We get some European representation. Mainly from Korea. So we are going to be settling in. For now, it's going to be a Stargate opener out of herO. Going to be opening up Stargate into the expand. And meanwhile, Classic going for, once again, a robot. Did he scout? He did. Yeah, did scout across the map, did confirm the pylon placement, does confirm the Stargate, and Classic is setting up for a 1-base all-in. Or is he? Hold on, he's the low-ground pylon. We got a choice to make. Does he throw down the 3rd gateway, or does he commit? Catching at the probe. Is looking to gain map control. herO is going to be the first to expand. Again, herO went for an economic opener with the Stargate. And meanwhile, there it is, 3rd gateway. That's what we're waiting for. We were waiting for either a gateway or an expand. He's going for the gateway. He's going for a 1-base all-in. He's going for the all-in. And we'll see if herO can do his best Max Packs impression and survive. We're going to need some Void Rays. Also, full circle, by the way, Ryung, he was competing in this tournament, and he's actually casting in Korean, and that's the reason why the mascot is a tuna, by the way. There's a lot of backstory, and I'm sure many people in the chat already know this. There's a lot of backstory when it comes to why it's even called the Sparkling Tuna Cup. One, all the tournaments that we run have its own mascots. You know, we have the Grand Platypus Open, we have the Sea Duckling Open. You know, we did once an aquatic animal of some kind, and this is a reference to Ryung, just because this was the spiritual successor to Elima League. If you are familiar with Elima League, that was a Korean-only tournament back in the day, or Korean favorite events. Run by Ollie, run by, you know, those over at Axiom back in the day as well. Ex-Axiom boys. Ryung, who was on Team Axiom, of course. And Ryung's name is Dongwon, and that is a brand of a tuna. Oh, that's a brand of canned tuna in Korea. That's why it's called the Tuna Terran, and that's why we got a tuna. Got a tuna pack. And he's even casting the event. Full circle, baby. Full circle. But here we go. The all-in has arrived. It does poke in, takes down the first cannon. Ooh, the second cannon does barely survive. Bearing in mind, because herO has so few units to defend, he needs cannons. He needs cannons to make up for his low production. He's got one gateway and one Stargate. He doesn't have much production. We need those cannons. But they're being focused down. Yeah, they're being focused down. Getting one, getting two. The Void Ray gets caught out. Massive pickup. Void Ray falls. Cannons as well. And Classic, he just snowballs out of control. The one base all in here just hitting hard. And herO could not hold, could not defend, could not keep up. Not against this. Not against Classic. As Classic, he does walk into the main. Appreciate the force field, but they're still way into the main base. I just settles for the natural. It's fine. There's just not much here. We can see here throwing down the second wall of cannons and shield batteries, but the natural has been broken, and you can see that Classic is just overwhelming. Just overwhelming. Here, he was greedy going for the faster Nexus, for the faster expand. Imagine trying to expand in the PvP. You're crazy. You're crazy, papi. And in the end, Classic, he will overwhelm. Takes down the Void Ray. One Void Ray left. Ooh, Void Ray falls, and with that, there's nothing left. Down to just workers, just probes. GG gets called, and Classic, he will claim the series 3-2, becoming this week's Sparkling Tuna Cup champion. GG. Whew. GG, well played, congratulations. Non-stop aggression, non-stop all-ins. Back and forth, of course, back and forth between herO, between herO and Classic once again. Went all the way to the ace match, and here in this final game, herO, he did go for a greedier build. He went Gate into Stargate into Expand, so a very, very greedy build, going for the Stargate into the faster Nexus. Meanwhile, Classic, he went for his own one base all-in from back at home. Went for the one base all-in, Robo into the Prism, into 3-gate mass Blink Stalker, sorry, mass regular Stalker, mass Stalker, of course. herO took him a little bit too long to recognize what was going on. I should also wind it back a little bit, and something that I should focus on is why herO's side defense was so late. Remember, we ourselves were curious, is Classic going to expand or get a gateway? His third gateway was late. It was a late third gateway, but one of the reasons for that is because if you remember, Classic was faking the expansion. He had a low ground pylon, and if you remember, he had one probe patrolling at his own natural location, which herO did see, by the way. He did scout that. So Classic made it look like he was expanding when really he was going for the all-in. So he faked herO out. That's why we had delayed batteries, delayed cannons as well. You saw there was still like 3 cannons on the way and a battery on the way at the natural. It was too late. It was too little too late. Late reaction, late realization there by herO. The pants were down. He was caught with his pants down. GG, well played. Whew. And with that, Classic is going to be our champion. Congratulations, Papi. Congratulations to Classic. My condolences to herO, as Classic will claim the win. He will claim the win here again. An intense tournament, intense back and forth. Classic claiming first place, herO claiming second. We had both ByuN and Zoun claiming third and fourth place. And of course, we had Rebellion with the random raffle win. Pure Korean, by the way. That's oh my god. We had a pure Korean top 4, and of course a Korean in the with the raffle as well. But a shout out to all the other competitors. We had a massive bracket, of course. We had players like Art, we had players like Shameless as well. We had Strange. We didn't have Geralt, unfortunately. Geralt, he did forfeits. He was not available, unfortunately, so wasn't available earlier on. But regardless, we had a great turnout tonight. GG well played. Shout out as well to all the other language casters. Shout out to TKL, shout out to Indy, and shout out to Ryung. Ryung, he was competing earlier. After he got knocked out, he casted. Ryung did jump into cast, so was casting over in Korean on his own personal channel, and of course Indy in Polish and TKL in French. Shout out to the other casters. Otherwise, GG well played. We are going to be wrapping up here for the day. This was our second broadcast today. It's been an intense day of StarCraft, been very, very intense. As you can see here, we just wrapped up with our Tuesday evening broadcast. This morning, we had the TLMC judging stream. For those who don't know, I am one of the judges for the Team Liquid map contest, now for the second season in a row. And we did have our initial judging stream this morning, covering the first half of maps. We have the next half of maps on Friday. Bam, you can see on our schedule. If you're curious, kind of like how I approach like judging maps, what my criteria are, what I look for, what I don't look for, and kind of that process. If you're curious about that sort of thing, then you can of course check out the VOD. The VOD is on YouTube and it's also on Twitch as well. So the VOD is available if you want to kind of get a little bit of insight and at least see my perspective, and see kind of what goes into that sort of thing. It was like a 5-hour stream this morning, so you can check that out. And again, we should be having another stream covering TLMC on Friday as well. I might change its start time. I'm a little bit torn. I know that a lot of the TLMC, a lot of the map makers are based in the Americas, so that's like at a more American friendly time slot, but I might move it to a more like European, like to this time slot instead. I might move it over. We'll see. We'll see what we do with TLMC. But otherwise, it's going to be, regardless, it's going to be on Friday. Regardless, it will be on Friday. So if you want to check out some of the other maps that are going to be brought forward here for the Team Liquid map contest, we're going through every single map on stream. Going through all the maps. Otherwise, if you want to help support this tournament, you can do so via Patreon, !Patreon in the chat. The Patreon does fund this tournament on a regular weekly basis. You can actually see the amount just underneath me. You can see the amount that we do have, the current amount that we make on a monthly basis, and our next goal as well, our next stretch goal, to help boost the prize pool and grow the event even further. So you can check us out over on Patreon. You can support us. You can help support the scene, the players. You can help support StarCraft. Help support. Otherwise, thanks for watching. For now, we're going to be going off. We're going to be back in a couple of hours time, in around 10-ish hours time with Pegasus Cup. I might go live a little bit late with Pegasus Cup to get a little bit more sleep. I just have to like finalize the scores and finalize the feedback for TLMC for all the maps that we had today, so I'm going to be staying up and doing that. Then I'll be getting some sleep, and again, I might go live a little bit late with Pegasus Cup just to get a little bit more sleep there. But that's going to be tomorrow morning. That's going to be again in around like 11 hours. Meanwhile, tomorrow night, Kung Fu Cup. Kung Fu Cup is also going to be here on the channel. We have WarDSV Monday on Thursday, we have the podcast on Thursday, we have Amantes on Saturday, we have Sea Looking Open, and the next Tuna Cup is on Sunday. So mark your calendars. Tuna Cup is a weekly tournament. We just had it. Next time though, it's going to be on Sunday. Usually it's on Sundays. It's over the weekend. The only reason why it was on Tuesday this week is because of RSL. Revival StarCraft League was over the weekend and we were casting it, so it was clashing with our tournament, so we didn't want to take away from RSL or clash with RSL. So that's typically what happens if there's like RSL or Stars Agora or Home Story Cup, for example. If there's like a big premier event going on over the weekend, we typically shift Tuna Cup to Tuesdays. Otherwise, usually it's on Sunday. Just as an explanation as to why it's on a Tuesday today. Just as a heads up. But otherwise, thanks for watching. Thanks so much for tuning in. We do appreciate it. Again, follow us on all the socials if you want to tune into more CranKy Ducklings. Check us out on YouTube. We stream on YouTube at the same time as Twitch, and VODs are available on a regular basis. We also had a recent announcement for GSL CK that is also on the horizon, which we are going to be covering on a regular basis as well. As always, we did cover the previous GSL CKs over on our Soup channel. With that, thanks for watching. Stick around. We're going to be giving another StarCraft streamer a raid, and is there another tournament tonight? Un momento. No. Huh. It's a little bit odd. I feel like usually like there's like WarDSV, the Team League. So looks like there's no other tournament tonight. Looks like it's just Pegasus Cup. So Pegasus Cup is going to be the next tournament. But otherwise, enjoy yourselves. Do check out Lambo. He is live at the moment, streaming some ladder. Who else is live at the moment? Let's see. Who do we raid? We have Lambo. We have... Yo, I see Deadly Kitten as well. Trigger just went live. We'll give some love to Trigger. Lambo, he's got a bunch of viewers already. Trigger, he just went live. Good, near and dear friend. Este Trigger. Who else is live? Yeah, give him some love, give him some love, give him some support. Otherwise, thanks for watching. And we'll see you guys next time. Until then, ciao, papi, ciao. Hasta luego.